You are now listening to Stolen by the Bratva King, written by Bella King. Produced and published by After Midnight LLC. Copyright 2024 After Midnight LLC.
Chapter 1. Hazel. My phone vibrates in my purse for the third time in 5 minutes. Sighing, I reach for it, but my hand knocks it into the crack between the seat and console. I lift my head, eyes darting, assessing my surroundings as I glance through the windshield. My heartbeat increases, thumping so hard in my chest that my ribs ache. Blending in like I belong here is going to be my survival tactic, but it might not work this time. I wiggle my fingers around in the crack where I lost my phone and manage to get a grip on it, pulling it out and squinting at the screen. It's my coworker and friend, Veronica. "Where are you?" she demands in a manic voice the second I answer. "You know, a simple hello works too," I say, the grim smirk showing in my voice. She gives me a non-committal huff. "When are you coming back to the office?" I glance at my watch. "In a little bit. I have to do something first." "A work something?" she quizzes. "Of course," I reply, a little annoyed that she thinks I might be doing anything else. I work more than she does, and she knows that. "Robert called a meeting," Veronica continues, lowering her voice a bit. "He seems pissed about who knows what." I wince and chew my bottom lip. What else is new? Robert is always pissed about something. I'd be more concerned if he wasn't. How am I supposed to make it through this without you there? She's borderline whining now. "Sorry I can't be your emotional support pillar this time. I'm chasing a lead." Robert can't be that mad at me for missing the meeting. He's the one who put me on the story in the first place. "That gun trafficking thing downtown," she chirps, her mood lifting immediately. "That's the one," I reply with a grin. There's a pause, and I hear talking and phones ringing in the background. I smile and picture Veronica leaning over her desk cubicle, her tight curls springing around her head in a dark brown halo as she talks in a low voice into the phone. "You owe me," she says. "Drinks on me this weekend, I promise. I can't wait that long. Charlie's going to break things off with me. I know it." There's doom in her voice, the knowledge that what little support she has is crumbling. She's relying on me to fill that void, but I don't know how much support I can realistically give her. "Don't spiral. And you're better off without him anyway." I use my most comforting voice. She groans. "You're not helping." "Thanks, love you too," I chuckle. "Come back soon," she whisper hisses, then hangs up. I push my phone back in my purse and step out of the car. The humidity hits me like a waterfall, nearly knocking me back into my car. It gets worse every year. I pull my hair back into a low ponytail. Then I check my tires to make sure I parallel parked within the lines. I don't know this area well. I'm somehow still terrible at parking, and I don't want to be slapped with a fine. I should be paid to work, not have to pay to work. Satisfied with my parking job, I swing my purse over my shoulder and straighten my posture with a new level of determination in my bones. I set my sights on my target. It's a large gray 2-story warehouse a block away that's been associated with local gun-running activity. I start marching in its direction, giving myself a gentle reminder that I'm just doing my job. And as long as I remain inconspicuous, I won't put myself in any real danger. People hang out around here all the time. I'm nothing special. The air smells like a combination of dumpster garbage and salty seaweed. Gulls caw in the distance, and the closer I get to the warehouse, I hear the lap of the bay water slapping against the concrete walls of Battery Park. My heels click against the pavement. I really should have opted for better shoes on this field mission. But then again, these make me look more like a lost civilian. A swell of rising paranoia causes me to swivel and toss a glance over my shoulder, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. I'm not being followed. I step over a brown paper bag of fast food waste that's been smashed on the ground. The contents of it exploded. 2 fat pigeons peck at scattered French fries next to the bag. I'm not in the safest part of town. Maybe I should have asked someone from the office to accompany me out here, but it's too late now. I've committed to this mission, and I'm seeing it through. In the distance, a faint siren whirls to life, and I take a deep breath, clutching my purse closer to my chest. I hurry forward. The sooner I get this over with, the sooner I can go back to my familiar part of town, and most importantly, air conditioning. I remind myself that as a journalist, it's my job to go after the story and to get all the facts. Sometimes that means wandering a little further outside of my comfort zone to get what I need. A person's willingness to do that is what separates the good from the great, the amateur sleuths from the masters. I'm aiming for the latter, but right now, I wish I wasn't. Sweat makes my dress cling to my back like plastic wrap, and I readjust it on my hips. My hair sticks to the back of my neck, even though I pulled it up the second I stepped out of my car. My breathing becomes hollow as I approach the side of the warehouse, then round the corner. A car alarm goes off nearby, making me jump. I glance over my shoulder again. Looks like the coast is clear. I keep moving. I slide up to the side of the building and run the tips of my fingers across the concrete surface. The whole place gives off the appearance of being abandoned. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, giving myself a moment to regenerate some thick-skinned courage. I've been working on this story for weeks, and it's taking over my personality in a way. My responsibilities for the story involve a ton of researching the crime ring gangs in this area, in an effort to help authorities track down the skeevy criminals and bring them to justice. The violence in this city is getting explosively worse, and the story is supposed to be a step in the right direction on infiltrating the illegal weapons operations. My job is to help expose some of the criminals at the forefront of the problem, hopefully causing a chain reaction that ends the terror before it grows too big to stop. Some people think it already is. There's a slight buzzing in my brain, warning me to be careful, but I ignore it, hoping for the sweet taste of victory in finding something incriminating here. When I turn another corner, I freeze in place, my heart climbing into my throat. The low rumble of deep male voices drifts through a broken window that looks like it's been cracked by the telltale circular shape of a baseball. Careful not to cut myself on the pointy glass shards, I spring myself up on tiptoes and cup my hand over my eyes, peering inside. My eyes don't adjust at first, and everything beyond the window looks black and endless. My throat is dry. My heart is a ticking bomb, and my pulse pounds through my eardrums. I can't make out what the voices are saying, but one of them stands out, deeper and authoritative. I flatten my palm against the building and try to get my breathing in check. Adrenaline gives me another surge of bravery, and I lift my head again to take another, longer glance through the window. This time, I notice a wall on the far side, with long rectangular boxes stacked against it. Men roam around the boxes, opening them. My ears widen with horror as I realize there are guns inside the boxes. Dozens of men wearing combat boots, green cargo pants and black, tight-fitting shirts are lifting the guns out of the cases, inspecting them, and putting them back. My heart does a little leap. Part of my research is weapons trafficking, and it looks like I've hit the jackpot. I do a quick sweep of the room, wondering what crime ring these men are associated with. I want to bring as many details to law enforcement as possible. One of the men in the room turns around right as my head pops back up. Instinctively, I duck back down, grimacing when I scrape my knee against the roof edge of the building. I glance down to make sure I haven't drawn blood, muttering a string of curses under my breath. Now is not the time to get sloppy. Did he see me? No, I doubt it. I was so quick I barely even saw him. I force my hands to steady and reach inside my purse to yank out my phone. I swipe to the camera app, pointing my phone up to capture a few shots of the illegal gun market happening through the window. I can't believe I'm witnessing this breakthrough of evidence, and I'm excited to bring it to the authorities. My focus is so sharp on what I'm doing. I don't notice the clomping of heavy footsteps behind me until it's too late. Pain sears through my scalp, and my head yanks back as a fist grabs my hair and drags me away from the window. I try to scream, but the sound gets stuck in my throat. Panic swallows me whole. I try to break free, try to force my legs to move. My thighs burn from the effort. My teeth grind together. I'm not making any progress to get away from my assailant. Finally, I manage to make a noise of distress, but it's nothing more than a strangled cry. A gloved hand that smells like metal and leather slides over my mouth. I try to bite down on fingers, but the hand is pressing too hard. I can't even breathe, much less move my jaw. Tears spring in my eyes, blurring my vision. I glance up but can't see anything but hazy blue sky. Not so fast, a male voice growls from behind me. His breath is hot on the back of my neck. His palm shoves against my lower back, driving me forward. My arms flail in front of me as I grasp for balance, but he quickly takes the upper hand and reaches around, cuffing my wrists. He pins my arms behind my back. A knee digs into the back of my thighs. "Move," he growls. A tear rolls down my cheek and I shudder out a low sob. My knees buckle and my legs are made of jelly. The man makes frustrated, jerky movements as he pushes me along. I scurry on scrambling heels. He stops in front of the door, breathing heavily. He pushes me against the wall of the building. His hands canvas down my waist and hips. I make another sob sound as he spreads my legs, tears rolling faster down my cheeks now. How could I be so stupid to think I ever could have pulled this off by myself? Please don't hurt me. I have cards, a wallet in my purse. He barks out a scoff as if he's insulted in my assumption that he's trying to rob me. I'm checking you for weapons. I don't have any weapons. I promise. I stammer and trail off, squeezing my eyes shut. Satisfied that I'm telling the truth, he peels me from the wall and reaches out and flings the warehouse door open with a loud crash. It slams behind us as we barrel through it. Please, I beg, trembling in every bone of my body. I can give you whatever you want. You've got a mouth on you. I might need to tape it shut, he grunts. The bright sunlight disappears, as if through a tunnel, replaced by the dim lighting of a single, swinging light bulb on a string over my head. It smells musty like a basement, with a thin hint of rust and bay water. The man thrusts his hand between my shoulder blades and knocks me down. My knees hit the concrete floor and pain roars up my thighs, through my abdomen, jolting up my spine like white-hot electricity. I cry out as my palms splay on the dirty, dusty floor. Heads snap in my direction, distrustful eyes narrowing. Look at the cute little prize I just caught, my captor's voice gloats from behind me. Saw her doing some snooping. Maybe she should stick to minding her own business? I try to scramble to my feet, but he pushes me back down. I experience a moment of fear so paramount, it's almost as if I'm floating up out of my body and viewing everything as a spectator of someone else's life. I breathe in and out with desperate gulps. Something hard and cold slams into the back of my head. My vision fuzzes, and everything around me goes black. My jaw goes slack, and my arms go limp, wilting by my sides. My body is as heavy as a bowling ball. I collapse onto the dirty floor right before everything goes dark.
Chapter 2. David. I'm telling you, something is going on and I don't like it. I blow a smoke ring into the air of the passenger seat as we fly down the interstate in one of my armored cars. What can I do for you, boss? Miroslav asks, his eyes briefly flickering in my direction as he grips the wheel. I take another long drag of my cigar and glare out the window. Nothing. Just get me in and out in one piece. We have multiple counterfeit shipments that are supposed to be going out today, and I want to be there in person to make sure everything runs smoothly. Miroslav's forehead wrinkles. Are you concerned there will be a problem? I take a longer drag of my cigar and let the smoke flood my mouth before looking away. I'm always concerned. About everything. You seem more stressed than usual, boss. Miroslav's eyebrows knit. That's what happens when you're in charge of keeping an entire business afloat and you work with reckless idiots. I grumble under my breath and scrub a hand over my stubble. I make a mental reminder to shave later. Stubble makes me feel messy. There's already enough of that going on in my life right now. My burner phone rings and my unease spikes through the roof. What? I bark, my agitation rising to the surface. Miroslav isn't missing the mark. I am more on edge lately. There is corruption going on inside my counterfeit rings, and I'm losing control of the crews one by one. There's been talk of gun trafficking and my own men running it behind my back. Are you on your way? Vlad, my captain, asks through a connection that sounds grainy. Where else would I be going? I mutter. Do you need backup? He asks. I know you're suspicious that you'll find more than just money at the shipment today. I pause, thinking. Where are you? Across the bay, he says. I shake my head and puff out cigar smoke simultaneously. No. What good will that do me? I can get there if I need to. He sounds eager. He's always been anxious for approval, and that's why I keep him as my captain. He's as loyal as they come. You're too far away. I'll be there in... I trail off and glance out the window. Under 10 minutes. Good luck. If things go south, I'm a call away. I can help you put them in line, he says. I have Miroslav with me. I toss a conspiratorial smirk to my burly bull of a driver who has a neck as thick as a tree trunk and fingers shaped like sausages. I don't need luck. You know how to handle those clowns, Vlad emphasizes. Remind them who the king of this dynasty really is. A muscle stiffens in my jaw. I do what I have to do. Always, Vlad agrees. I'll let you know what happens, I say, then snap the burner phone shut, shoving it back into my pocket. We ride in silence the remainder of the way to the warehouse, where the largest of my business dealings are set to take place today. When it looks like Miroslav is about to pull up in the front of the building, I shake my head and point straight ahead. No, go to the back. We might need to make a clean, fast exit. Miroslav nods and turns the wheel. I don't know about a clean exit. The energy in the car is coiling with tension because we're both anticipating a fight. My stomach is twisted up like an old wad of rubber bands. That's why I've been smoking so many cigars lately. They're the only thing that help curb my frustrations, aside from women and drink. But I'm over both of those for the time being. I don't want to start a war with my own crew, but it's time to weed out the people who aren't following my commands. This warehouse is supposed to be used exclusively for counterfeit money shipments, but gun-running talk is becoming more prevalent and it's making my already simmering temper boil over. I don't want things to fall apart under my authority. It's not something I want to admit to myself, much less to anyone else, even those I trust the most. You should never show weakness to those who are supposed to kneel at your feet. My father taught me that hard lesson, but it was one he had to learn himself because he got killed anyway. There's simply no room for mistakes in a game of snakes and knives. I need to get a handle on who is betraying me first. Sometimes you have to play the long game, feeling out the players and testing the waters to find out who's loyal and who isn't. Other times the war starts in a split second and the ground falls out from beneath you. I may run my business differently than my predecessors, but I'm not willing to keep corrupting the next generation. I want change and breakthroughs without violence. If that means infiltrating my own circles and cutting them down to size, so be it. My father's face flashes in my vision. He did the best he could before he was killed. I must follow his example because he deserves that legacy, minus the mistakes he made. I promised him at his grave that I would make the changes and grow our counterfeit business into a force to be reckoned with. I will sit on the throne and watch my empire expand to soaring heights, the way it was meant to be. It's the status I chase, not the money. I've been around money all my life, and it's nothing new to me. The thrill lies in the power, and the kingdom is mine to take if I work hard enough for it. I glance at Miroslav. His eyes are on the parking lot as we come to a crawl in front of it. I break the silence by saying, everything takes a certain amount of blood and sweat if you want to make it to the top. He cuts a glance at me. Truer words never spoken, boss. The winds are shifting. I can feel it, I add, trying to stay optimistic. Don't worry, I don't plan on going in there unprotected. Miroslav's eyes shift to the gun holster next to him. I take a deep breath and tunnel my fingers through my hair, adjusting my weight in the seat. Me neither. I feel restless today, like there's a fire under me. Good. Keep it that way. If they fear you, they can't hurt you. I hope you're right. Sometimes there's no other way to do business. Miroslav says it grimly, and I know he's talking about the gun problem. A heaviness spreads through my chest, and I feel compelled to spew out my current thoughts. I don't want to use violence here. I'm trying to put an end to the violence, to approach things differently this time. If you live by the gun, you'll die by it. Miroslav shoves the gear into park. His eyes skim over me as if he's my protector and willing to die for it. I'll back you either way, boss. He looks at me. You know that, right? I smash my cigar tip into the ashtray and blow out a puff of smoke. Irritation crawls under my skin like ants. I clutch the door handle and step one boot out onto the pavement. I know it, and I appreciate it. Now it's time to get to work, and you're coming in there with me. Miroslav is already out of the car and walking toward the building when he says, "You've got it, boss." He's one step ahead of me already. I need to follow his lead and stay one step ahead too, especially when it comes to my enemies. There are people out there who are betraying me, walking in plain sight. A change needs to happen, before everything falls apart, before my kingdom burns to ashes at my feet. If it takes violence, I'm willing to do it. But I have the vision of a more peaceful future, one where I can start a family and not have to fear that they'll be used against me. It feels so distant that I have doubts I can even get there before I die. But I'd be a fool not to try.
Chapter 3. Hazel. A dull pain pounds inside my head. I utter a low moan and try to sit up. Nausea rolls in my stomach. I swallow bile back down and try to breathe through the sensation. Pain sears between my temples, sending stars bursting across my vision as I try to figure out where I am and what's happening. I blink and try to bring the blurry shapes hovering over me into focus. The last thing I remember is looking through a broken window. But as I see a man's glaring face looming inches from mine and hear the raggedness of his breathing, panic screams to the surface of my brain. Panting, I scramble to sit, tucking my knees up to my chest, eyes darting around the room. A sudden chill sends goosebumps traveling across my skin. The memory of seeing the guns in the warehouse and being dragged into it races back through my mind. What is going on? I manage to croak out. What do you want with me? Who are you? 6 men stare down at me with intimidating, icy scowls. We'll be the ones asking the questions here. A man with a buzz cut and gold rings on every finger says with a snarl. The men encircle me. A shiver crawls up my spine, and I try to recoil from them, but one of them grabs me by the arm before I can make it even a foot away. A scream pierces the air, and it takes me a moment to realize the sound is coming from my own throat. The man's muscles bulge in his arms like tangle roots as he drags me across the cold, dirty warehouse floor. Please stop, I cry. Quiet, he commands, or I'll have to knock you out again. It takes all my willpower to clamp my mouth shut. I have to stay awake for this, or I'm afraid I'll never wake up again. I'm lucky enough not to be dead already. The man shoves me into a corner and my back hits the solid wall, knocking the breath from my lungs. The other men trudge in my direction, huddling around me in a circle again, trapping me with their imposing figures. What do you want? I ask again, tears rolling down my cheeks. I'm trying so hard to be strong, but it's impossible. I'm not built for this kind of treatment. Who sent you? The one who dragged me across the floor demands. Nobody, I squeak. He takes a step closer, and I flinch, raising my arms up by my head. Please don't do this. I was just walking by. I don't know anything. You were staring into the window, he shouts. What were you looking for? I swallow hard, my eyes jumping from him to the men behind him, all wearing fierce expressions as if they want to break and smash something. Tie her up, one in the back grounds out through clenched teeth. He has tattoo sleeves running up and down both arms, trailing up his neck. Undress her, another says. Make sure she isn't hiding anything. Look in her purse, find her ID. Maybe if we find out her name and where she lives, it will encourage her to get chattier. The man who says it rakes his tongue across his teeth with a thirsty glint in his eyes and a grin on his lips that makes me tremble. I mean no harm, I urge. I didn't see anything. Liar, the man who dragged me hisses, his scathing glare cutting through me like a knife. I still say we tie her up and torture her until she talks, Tattoo Sleeve suggests, his voice brimming with excitement. Will you all please just shut up? The ringleader's voice is like a sledgehammer coming down, and the room goes quiet. His chest rises and falls fast. I can't think with you morons making all these suggestions. He swivels to face me. The pad of his thumb cocks his gun. It makes a tiny clicking sound. The chrome of the barrel is blindingly shiny like the reflection of the sun on a body of water. My breath catches, and I bite my tongue so hard I taste blood. I don't want to die, I squeak. Please let me go. I won't say anything. I won't tell anyone. Please. Why would we let you go? The man points his gun at me. His facial expression is benign. It's like he's having a casual conversation that he's indifferent about. His sudden calmness unnerves me. I glance around the room. The people who had been looking at the guns are gone. The men surrounding me must be the weapons dealers. I'm utterly alone. A million scenarios play out in my mind. Me running and getting away. Me running and them shooting me in the back of the head. Me running and them pulling me back, kicking and beating me to death. A rattly sob shatters like glass inside my chest. I'm going to die here, and it's all because I'm an overambitious workaholic. Who sent you? The man growls, impatience making his face flush. I stare at my feet. My knees are still tucked close to my body. I say nothing. She's not going to give us anything, one of the others declares. You'll just have to kill her. Yeah, get it over with. We don't have time for this. One wearing a leather jacket, even though it's 1,000,000 degrees outside, says. The man holding the gun brings the trigger closer to me. His steps echo through the room. The only other sound is my hollow breathing. My pulse pounds through my eardrums. My blood is hot, rushing through my brain, making me lightheaded. The man brings the gun down to the center of my forehead. My organs liquefy. I'm shaking to my core. Stubbornness gets you killed. A hard lesson to learn. He clicks his tongue as if it shames him to murder me, but that's just the way of business. Hot tears roll down my face. I force myself to lift my gaze and look into the eyes of a killer. My killer. I hope my family finds peace. I hope that they bring my death to justice. I hope they will fight for me, even when I'm gone, You've chosen this, he whispers, as if it's my fault he must kill me. My throat seals shut. I take a deep breath through my nose, maybe the last one I'll ever get. I refuse to give these men any information. They'll find it on their own, but at least I won't die with the guilt in knowing that I sold out innocent people. I picture Veronica at her desk again, her headphones on, her hot pink painted nails clacking away at her keyboard as she hums to the beat of her music. There's no way out of this. Even if I try to run, he'll shoot me anyway, or the men will grab me and do unspeakable things to my body. Just as I'm resigning myself to my fate, I hear a door burst open and loud footsteps pounding across the floor. 2 men rush in, guns aiming at the group. "Drop your weapons," a grizzly of a man shouts. His shoulders are like a mountain, his head like a boulder. His eyes are vicious as he points a handgun at the men surrounding me. A loud bang goes off. My eardrums nearly explode from the sound of it. I scream and instinctively press my palms to the sides of my temples, dropping my head to my knees. Another bang shatters the air around me. My head snaps back up, my eyes darting, trying to find the danger so I can try to get away from it. I want to spring to my feet and flee, but fear freezes me in place, refusing to let me save myself. Another man emerges from behind the towering man. He's holding a pistol too, pointing it at the thugs. "I said drop your weapons now," he roars. The tendons in his neck bulge. He towers over most of the men. He's wearing an expensive tailored suit with no tie, the blazer the color of slate, matching the sharpness of his piercing gray eyes. My breath catches for a moment, and I'm stunned, my mouth dropping open. I recognize this man charging forward, yelling orders with an air of authority and not a single ounce of fear. It's David Petrov, the Russian Mafia boss. I instantly recognize him from all the research I've been doing on his crime rings the last few weeks. My heart does a giant leap, stemming from adrenaline and fear, but also something else. A thrill? He's so attractive in a way that a man can be, when he can draw the attention of the entire room, with or without violence. I know he often has this type of presence. He exudes confidence and danger. His broad shoulders are straight, the angles of his cheekbones sharp, his jawline enough to make any woman feel dizzy. I cower in the corner, tremors going through my bones as I watch him and his male companion moving with determination. The gun-running men scatter like bugs, but I notice they are shooting first. I clutch my head in my hands, staring at the gunfight through my fingers. I'm terrified that I'll be hit with a stray. Maybe I already have and just haven't noticed. Adrenaline can do that to you. A few men in the back, I hadn't noticed before, run out of the warehouse. David whirls around, his eyes landing on me and narrowing. His helper starts to race toward the door to chase the others, but David holds a hand up. "Wait." The man halts in his tracks and turns on his heels. "Stop," David says. He's used to getting his way, giving out orders and having them be obeyed without question. I try to swallow, but my throat feels tight and dry. David starts walking toward me, his expensive, shiny shoes now covered in a layer of dirt and dust. I feel like he'd be more bothered by that than almost getting shot. His eyes train on me, and I fix my gaze right back at him, unable to look away. Plus, I don't want to look at the still, lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor around me. Anything is better than that. Even the devilish icon that is David Petrov. The hard angles in his face dissolve into something resembling protection. Confusion courses through me like a pulse, dissolving my fear a little. He can't possibly be here to protect me. He's the very man I came to ruin. He walks slower when he approaches me, stopping at a careful 6-foot distance. He reaches out a large hand, and I stare at it, then stare at him, unmoving. "Look at you," he says, without an ounce of venom in his voice. "You're shaking. I have no voice. I can't move." He takes another cautious step toward me. "Miroslav," he calls out, but his eyes never waver from mine. "Yeah, boss?" The large man clomps over to us. He stops next to David, his head tilting as he gives me a curious glance. David's eyes roam over me, as if I'm an impressionistic painting he's trying to figure out. "Take her back to my condo in the city." "No, please," I say in barely a whisper. My voice is burning in my throat, harsh from the screaming. Somehow, I find my footing and slide myself up the wall to a standing position. I clasp my fingers together and start sobbing and begging like a blubbering mess. My nose and eyes are wet. My face feels puffy and hot. "I'll do what you want. Just please don't hurt me." "Relax." David isn't smiling, but his eyes are soft. A muscle twitches in his jaw. "We aren't going to hurt you." He bends his knees, lowering himself to the ground. He sets his gun down, inching his way back up to standing with his arms raised by his sides. His eyebrows lift as he looks at me. "See?" his expression seems to say. "I keep my promises." He glances at Miroslav and nods. "Put your gun down." Miroslav, on the other hand, is more hesitant to do this. He licks his lips and shifts his weight. "Are you sure about this, boss?" "Do it." There's no room for debate when the words leave his mouth. Miroslav lowers his gun to the ground, giving me a dirty look. It's clear he doesn't trust me, but that makes more sense than how David is behaving. David gives his man a satisfied nod before returning his gaze to me. "We don't want to frighten this lady any further now, do we?" Beside him, Miroslav shakes his head but says, "Who is she?" "Good question." David gives me an expectant glance. I shake my head. I'm no one. No one important, I mean. I was just walking by and... "Take her to the condo," David says again, cutting me off. He gives me a reassuring look. "You'll be safe there." When I don't move, Miroslav takes a step forward. I flinch and make a reflexive whimpering sound. "You hurt him," Miroslav says, and gives me a look that says, he doesn't want to do this any more than I do, but we don't have a choice. I put one foot in front of the other, my arms coiling around my chest, every muscle in my body taut with tension. I weave around the blood and the limp arms and legs on the floor, keeping my eyes fixed in front of me. Miroslav drags his feet as he walks, his wide shoulders rocking side to side with the attitude of someone reluctant to comply. David's eyes roam over me again, making me feel a concoction of emotions. Exposed, abused, protected, fearful, and relieved. "I'll take care of things here." "I'll call for a crew," David calls out. "Okay, boss," Miroslav sighs, rubbing his forehead as if he's seen it all. And this gunfight isn't even the tip of the iceberg. His eyes are tired, and his expression is drawn and grave. He's seen so much suffering that it only makes him tired, not fearful or sad. We walk outside, and the oppressive heat hits me, the unrelenting sun beating down on my face. My eyes burn from the bright light, and the humidity hasn't gotten any better. My dress clings to my body again, and I feel a prickle across my skin. I glance into the warehouse one last time. David is still staring at me, standing deathly still like a Greek statue. The door slams closed, his distracting figure disappearing behind it. Miroslav urges me forward with a hand on my back, toward an armored vehicle. "Come on," he says. "We need to get you out of here." My eyes land on the warehouse again. How can a man associated with so much evil, crime, and violence be the one who just saved me? More importantly, why did I feel a heat spread through me when his eyes burned into mine? Shouldn't I loathe him with every fiber of my being? He's the reason for all the violence in the city, the root cause of so much suffering. I shouldn't be going anywhere with this stranger. I should be running for my life. But as he puts me in the passenger seat, straps my seatbelt on for me, and cranks the engine, the cold blast of air conditioner levels my thoughts and turns my sanity to rubble. All I want to do is get to safety. If it's in this car, then so be it. We peel out of the parking lot. I watch the warehouse in the side mirror until we round a corner. Who is this David Petrov? I realize in that moment that the research I've done to this point are far more complex in real life than I can ever imagine. One thing is clear. I'm in way over my head.
Chapter 4. David. My eyes train on her as soon as she enters my office. Her presence not only captures my attention, it demands it. I stand and button my blazer, walking around the desk to meet her in the center of the room. She smells like something floral, sweet and bright like spring. My lungs expand to draw it in. My eyes drift over her, and I try to keep my instant attraction under control. She's alluring without trying, and it's lucky for me she doesn't seem to notice the powerful affect she has on me. If she knew how much she excites me, I'd be in trouble already. She's at least a head shorter than me, with deep brown eyes that peer up at me with a sense of daring and brave curiosity. She's not just some random person. I see that now, but I'm curious what her intentions are. It's dangerous for a woman like her to get anywhere close to the Bratva. Her chestnut hair tumbles in silky waves over her shoulders and back. She's wearing a pencil-lined tight black skirt that enhances her sleek curves. For a moment, I allow myself to imagine my hands mapping out her hips, my fingers tracing the dip of her waist. I glance at my security guard, Nero. Leave us. He gives me a curt bow and steps from the room, closing the door behind him. She tosses a nervous glance over her shoulder before returning her gaze to me. Her bravado plunders slightly. Don't worry, I'm unarmed here. I unbutton my blazer and lift the sides to show her. What she doesn't know is that my gun is in the top drawer of my desk. But what she doesn't know can't hurt her in this situation. Everything around me is an illusion anyway. Nothing is real but death. She releases a deep breath, but her shoulders don't relax. David Petrov. It's a pleasure to meet you in person under different circumstances this time. A wry grin stretches across my mouth. And Hazel Dowers, as I've been told. It's also nice to meet with you in a less chaotic environment. Thank you for your discretion up to this point. She shrugs. They were thugs who started a gunfight, and I have no idea whose bullets belong to whom. I wag my finger at her. You're clever. I like it. Her eyes scroll over me briefly, taking me in, assessing how big of a threat I might be to her. I must give her credit. She masks her intimidation well, but there's still a trace of it outlining the dark brown rim of her eyes. Yes, I'd say so. She politely dips her head. Thank you. I step to the side and gesture to the empty chair by my desk. Please sit. She does as I ask. Can I have my assistant bring you anything? Coffee? Tea? Water? She hesitates, but I see in her eyes that she's too worn out to deny herself a drink. Coffee would be great. I press a button on my desk phone. Sonia, would you bring 2 coffees in here, please? Cream and sugar, Hazel adds, leaning forward. Cream and sugar, I echo into the receiver. Sonia promises to bring them shortly. I practically salivate as I watch Hazel cross her legs. Her skirt lifts a little, revealing more thigh. So pale, so soft. I stare at the bonus skin while she reaches for something in her purse. She pulls out her phone. Her face is poised as she speaks. Do you mind if I record our conversation today? She's amusing me already. I arch an eyebrow. Getting down to business just like that? Her eyes flutter up to meet mine. Her lashes are thick and inviting. We stare at each other a moment, unspeaking, sizing each other up. Maybe I should start by saying how grateful I am that you saved my life the other day. I nod once. That would be a good start. Humor flints in her eyes. She leans back in her seat, getting comfortable. Humble isn't your finest quality, is it? I offer a shrug. I prefer my finer traits to be about getting ahead and staying on top. Call it a survival tactic, if you will. And what exactly are you trying to get ahead of? She asks. My eyes skate to her phone in her lap, and when she catches me looking at it, she crosses her other leg and says, "Don't worry, I'm not recording unless you give me consent." There's a consent I want from her, but it has nothing to do with conducting a meeting like this. There's a dent in her thigh from the muscle tone, and it runs up her leg like a carving. I force my eyes to look away. When I meet her gaze, she's studying me. She keeps catching me in the act when I steal 2 long glances at her. I take a deep breath and clear my throat, grabbing a pen off my desk. I click it repeatedly. Do I make you nervous? Her brows arch as if she's surprised at this new development. Only because you make me horny, I want to say, but I keep my mouth shut on that front. Our conversation is briefly interrupted by Sonia scurrying into the office carrying 2 piping hot styrofoam cups of coffee. She sets one on my desk and hands the other to Hazel, who thanks her, and cups it with 2 hands before blowing on it. I watch her mouth as it curves into an oval shape. A low, pulsing throb begins to ache between my legs. Everything this woman is doing is sensual and turning me on, and she's not even trying. It's frustrating me. The second Sonia is gone, I look at Hazel. Do I make you nervous? I boomerang her question back to her to distract myself from those indulgent red-painted lips. I want those lipstick stains all over my mouth, my jaw, peppering down my neck. She sinks her teeth into her bottom lip and casts her gaze to her lap. Her thick lashes flutter as she blinks. I'm just trying to do my job, she recites to her folded hands resting in her lap. And what exactly does that job entail? I wonder. She lifts her head. I'm a journalist. Ah. I nod. I take it you're not a big fan of journalists? She quizzes. Indifferent, I suppose. Unless they are spying inside my warehouses looking for trouble. I give her a knowing look. A hint of a smile tugs at her lips. If she can sense that I'm trying to flirt with her, she doesn't prevent me from doing it. Part of me wonders if she's permitting it because she's trying to appeal to me to get what she wants. I've seen these games before. I know how to play the pawns. Are you involved in the illegal weapons trade that has been tainting this city? I lean back in my chair and swivel back and forth. That's an awfully presumptuous question to ask. She shrugs as if my question rolls right off her back. I'm just trying to get the facts. You're certainly recovered from your little scare, I note. Yes, well, she shifts her weight. I watch her bottom lift slightly off the chair as she does it. My pulse hammers. I notice a slight edge to her tone. I can't dwell on it. I have to move on. I admire your strength, I say, and mean it. She drops her phone back into her purse and looks at me with a hardness in her professional features. She's growing impatient. I give her my most charming smile, but she doesn't buy it. She's not only attractive, but feisty too. I can only imagine how it would be to turn this entire room into our personal playground. I keep all these thoughts locked away in the vault of my brain with all my other secrets. There's no point in causing her any more alarm. It won't get either of us anywhere. You didn't answer my question, she reminds me, her lips pursing as she stares at me. That's because I'm offended by your question, I reply, shaking my head. So, you're not part of the illegal weapons trade? She asks. Did I not just rescue you from a mission of the very sort? I smirk. Her jaw twitches. Her lips are beautiful. I want them pressed against mine as soon as possible. I lean forward. I'll make a deal with you, Hazel Dowers. Journalist for the... Freelance at this time, she says quickly, and I see the lie written on her face. It's fine. You don't have to tell me who you work for, but you do need to meet me in the middle if you want me to help you. I'm listening, she says in a guarded voice. I toss an idea at her. You're conducting research for your story, yes? I assume that's why you were at the warehouse that day. I'd love to clear my name, and I think you are just the person who can help me do that. She scoffs, unable to hide the cynicism on her face. Oh, really? Yes, really. I give her a boastful look because I know I'm enticing her. You want your story, I want my reputation. So, let's work together. I'll allow you to shadow me as long as you keep your story anonymous. Meaning what? Her eyes narrow, but I have her on the line. Now it's time to reel her in. I hold her gaze. Leave my name out of it. If you want to actually make a difference to end the gun trafficking cycle, then stick with me. I'll help you get what you want, and you help me get what I want. And what exactly is that? She asks. I stare at her, unblinking, stoic. An end to the gun trade. She chews her bottom lip again, and I can practically see the thoughts turning in her head. You can follow me around, see what I do. I stand up and she watches me like a hawk as I come around the desk and sit on it directly in front of her. Her slender legs tense. She doesn't uncross them. I hear her breathe in slowly. The air is thick with tension. It's hard to tell yet, but I'm provoking her in some way, and I feel it in the charged energy between us. I can tell you one thing for certain, I say. What's that? She's breathless. We're on the same side, you and me. I stare at her. Oh? Her face flushes. Her chest moves faster with each breath. I stand and offer a hand to shake. She takes it, confusion tugging her lips into a frown. Her hand is warm and soft, slender fingers, a good firm grip. Think about it. I believe we will make an excellent team, I add. I have to leave your name out of it, she asks. You have to leave my name out of it, I confirm with a thin smile. The public might know it's you. It's an even greater chance that law enforcement will, if they read it. Is that a veiled threat she's giving me? I keep my poker face in check. That's a risk I'm willing to take if it means putting an end to gun trafficking in this city. I don't like it just as much as you or anyone else. She eyes me, a journalist hunger in her eyes, along with a slice of doubt of what I'm telling her. But there's something else shifting in her expression too. Is it desire? Lust? Blood rushes through my ears as I wait to see whether she'll agree to my conditions. She's smart, I can see that. I've only just met her. I know she'll make the right choice.
Chapter 5. Hazel. I can tell you're thinking about it. David's eyes are flint and steel as they stare into my soul, making my heart pound. What exactly will it entail? You said I would have to stay with you, I ask. For now, it's safer, he explains, shifting his weight and leaning back in his chair. Especially after those gun dealers who got away have seen your face. If they see you on the street, well, let's just say, they won't be letting you slip through their fingers a second time. My heart slams against my ribcage. You mean they might try to hurt me again? Kill me? Oh, they won't try. They will. My willpower turns to ashes. I sit back, digesting this information. David's expression softens, and he leans forward as if he wants to cradle my hands in his. Part of me wonders if I might just let him get away with it. You don't have to do anything. The hardness in his features dissolves even more. It seems like a cruel joke from the universe. Why do I have to be attracted to a man involved in and surrounded by so much crime and bloodshed? He's so beautiful, and that's a crime in itself. He keeps giving me that piercing stare that makes me feel like my insides are melting. I look away because I don't want him to have that kind of power over me. The problem with David, even though I've known him all of 5 minutes, is that he knows his power affects everyone around him, and gender roles have nothing to do with it. Well, if I did agree to your terms, I hate to sound desperate, but if I want the story, David is going to make me earn the right to get it. And I certainly don't want to be wiped off the map by those gun thugs. I would be paranoid and looking over my shoulder every time I had to leave my apartment. You'll have to stay with me, he says, as casually as if stating the weather forecast. Stay with you, in your house. I let the words marinate in the air between us. That's right. He continues giving me that intense stare down again. I release a deep breath I don't even realize I'm holding. Why is that necessary? He shrugs, placing his pen down on his desk. His eyes finally leave mine. If you want a full, immersive experience, you need to be there all the time. Besides, like I said, your life might depend on it, until I can find a solution to that problem. Does finding a solution involve killing people? His smile is harmless on the surface, but like the sleek black ocean in the dead of night, it's icy cold underneath. Don't trouble yourself with the details. It doesn't suit you. But living in a crime boss's house apparently does seem to fit me. I straighten my spine. Immersive experience? When his eyes flicker up to meet mine, his expression is serious. If you want to know what my life is like, you have to be there to understand it. If you want the real story, there's only one way to do it without getting yourself killed. My cheeks burn and I wring my hands in my lap. I understand, but the threats are unnerving. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just trying to be truthful. I close my eyes and inhale a sharp breath. Okay, so is that a yes? I gnaw on my bottom lip, contemplating his offer. It's dangerous, yes. But so is going out there on my own when those other gangsters are still roaming the streets, probably looking for me so they can shut me up for good about what I saw. There's also a little voice inside my head chiming at me to do it. I'm a journalist through it all, and a damn good one. Life is about adventure and impulse sometimes. To get what you want, you need to take risks, and it's not like I haven't already dipped my toes into the water. Maybe it's time to go all the way in. I can see he's mirroring my thoughts in the way that his eyes spark. You'll be taken care of if you are worried about that. Taken care of? How? I ask. You will have a personal bodyguard to accompany you places when I am not able to. His Russian accent is altering my brain chemistry. His sly grin is making it difficult to see straight. But I advise you to just conduct your work and research in the safety of the condo for now. You mean I'll be followed around by that bald guy who was bullying me in the warehouse? I can't keep the sarcasm out of my voice. David's eyes darken and he frowns. But in a flash, his demeanor is replaced with his diplomatic businessman charm. Miroslav is very sensitive about his hair. You mean lack of hair? I tease. Yes, right, whatever. He fans a hand through the air as if he's not in the mood to be patronized. His accent is going to destroy me, I know it. I'm already one word away from caving in and agreeing to do anything he wants me to do. I'm trying to hide the fact that I'm so easily persuaded by making jokes. It's clearly not working. This is all a game to you. I say it as a statement of fact, not as a question. Isn't all of life just a game? Don't you want to be on the winning side of it? He declares it as if he's the all-knowing prophet of the universe. With a jawline like that, who am I to question it? Maybe he is. I suppose you have a point. I give him a half scowl, but I know he's right. I want to make a name for myself, to be a well-respected, high-powered journalist who gets to the root of the hard-hitting stories. I want to be the one my boss Robert assigns all the top articles to, because he can trust me. I want to climb the rungs of the journalism ladder until I'm standing at the top, victorious and proud. You and I are alike, David mutters. My eyebrows shoot up my forehead. In what way? David's lips purse into a smoldering grin. The hunger. I see it in your eyes. You want this story, and I want my reputation to be less tainted. We both want to end gun running and violent crime in the city, so we make a good team. What about what happened at the warehouse? I ask in a quiet voice. Sometimes these things can't be helped. That was a life or death situation, he says. My eyes jump into my lap, trying to avoid his. You're right, I guess. I won't hurt you. I promise. I'll keep you safe. and I will assign you a bodyguard to protect you when I'm not around. You will be a comfortable guest in my home. How is it any different than a journalist going on assignment for a job or traveling to where the story is? You have to engage and act when you want something. Fight for your place in the world and fight for your safety. I lift my posture and meet his gaze. All right, you've sold me. I'll do it. David's gray eyes brighten. Excellent. My boss keeps giving me clickbait pieces about celebrities. I don't want to do that anymore, I admit. I'm better than that. And there's something like understanding that molds into David's expression. And respect. You want to be taken seriously. We maintain eye contact, and it's at that moment that I know we are on the same page. Exactly. My heart skips in my chest, and a million butterflies erupt in my stomach. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous. When I tell Robert about this, he's never going to believe it. But if I pull this off, he'll never be able to take me, or my ambitions for granted again. We arrive at the same condo that Miroslav brought me to the other day. Only this time, I'm with David. Alone. Sunlight spills in from the huge windows in the living room. The couches are black leather, and the decor is all sleek and modern. Angular brass that better resemble art pieces than anything functional, but they work all the same. The kitchen is any chef's dream, with industrial stainless steel appliances and a huge gas stove. Wow, I say as I brush my fingertips across the counter. The island in here is bigger than the entire kitchen in my apartment. David's eyes twinkle, and he moves closer to me. I get a whiff of his cologne. My vision gets hazy in his presence. A swirly sensation runs through my stomach. I release a slow breath as he continues hammering me with that sultry stare of his. Did you see the bedroom when you were here the other day? He asks. I swallow. My throat is dry. Bedroom? David's brows tip up. The room where Beale's sleeping? I lick my lips and shake my head. I haven't seen it. I only stayed in the living room. David places his hand on my lower back to guide me, and I tremble with something that resembles delight and desire. Come, I will show you. He doesn't remove his hand from my lower back as he escorts me out of the kitchen. It's only when we walk down a small hallway that he removes it, stopping in front of a closed door. He swings it open, and I peer inside. David is standing right next to me. Our arms are so close they touch, and the heat from his body makes me dizzy, like a furnace turned up too high on a winter day. This is my room, I ask, gesturing inside. It's huge, with a bed on a shiny black wood frame and a red headboard. The curtains are black, too. The walls are painted a dark pine. Everything screams masculinity in this room. There are no traces of a woman at all. Our room, David clarifies. My breath escapes my lips in a rush. We will both be sleeping in here? David's eyes scan over me, assessing. Will that be a problem for you? It's my only bedroom. The rushing noise of a freight train runs through my head, but I try to tame it. It's okay. I can sleep on the couch. No female guest in my home will sleep on a couch. It's barbaric. His eyes trail over my body, making my blood hot. I really don't mind. I all but insist. You will sleep in here, David declares like a gavel striking a broad wooden table. I take a deep breath. Are you sure? We just met. It's a big bed. David's arm brushes mine. I can tell he's touching me deliberately, even if he's trying to make it seem subtle. Right. I nod and stare at the bed, my mind going over a million scenarios of him on one side, me on the other, and the electrical current happening in the space between us. I won't be able to relax. But I agreed to all this, and I can't back down. This is his home, after all. If you're not comfortable, we can forget the whole thing, he says, as if it makes no difference to him. It's not my story I'm trying to get. Yes, but you want a clean name for yourself, I remind him. So you will be fine with it. His smile reaches his eyes, daring me to say no. The butterflies return, full force, to my stomach. I squeak out a nervous yes, hating myself for the effect he has over me, and hating him for knowing it and using it to his advantage. I plant on my most convincing smile. This is strictly a professional arrangement. David's amusement reflects in his grin. Of course it is. Sleeping will be the only thing we'll be doing in that bed, I say. Right. His smirk grows wider. I step into the room, checking it out. I run my fingers over the down comforter. It's soft and pillowy. I'm so screwed. I feel David's gaze patrolling me like a hawk. I turn my back and walk toward the window, gazing out at the skyline. It's an incredible view from up here. I know. I want you to feel comfortable and enjoy your time. My home is yours. I say nothing at first, but when I turn around a few seconds later to reply, David is already turning and walking away. Let me know what food and drinks you like, and I'll have them sent up. I take a deep breath. I just need to splash cold water on my face or something to pacify the blazing flames on my cheeks. I can handle this. I remind myself this is for my career. I'm on location, traveling for work, just like David explained before. The risk will be worth the reward in the end. Now all I have to do is convince myself that I can trust the man associated with the biggest Russian Mafia ring in the city, and that includes getting in a bed with him. Chapter 6. Hazel. The shower is still running through the closed bathroom door. I take a deep breath and steel myself, opening the drawer where I've placed a few of my clothes. I have a pink silk spaghetti strap nightgown that stops at my upper thighs with white lace around the bottom hem. I stare at it, debating whether I should put it on or just throw on a large t-shirt and a pair of shorts. When I hear the water turn off a few seconds later, I make a last-minute choice to just be brave and confident and stick with the cute nightgown. Why not? It seems like all the other decisions I'm making lately are on a reckless whim anyway. What's adding one more going to hurt? I go behind the dresser and change into it, tossing my dirty clothes into a hamper. David put next to the closet door for me to use. I glance at the bathroom door, and when I hear the knob turning, I sprint to the bed and jump in, throwing the covers up over my body, my pulse racing. David emerges a few seconds later wearing nothing but a towel. Great. This job is going to be the end of me. My self-control is already wavering, and my heart is a wild animal inside my chest. David casts a cheeky smile over me and strolls to the dresser on the other side of the room. His back is facing me as he opens it, and I'm not even breathing when he lets the towel drop to his ankles. My jaw drops when I get a full view of his backside. It's firm, and the muscles in his broad back are sculpted like he was chiseled straight from a piece of marble. I suck in a deep breath. David laughs. Do I make you nervous? I just wasn't expecting that, I admit. He reaches for a pair of boxers and steps into them. He picks up the towel again and turns around, scrubbing the towel through his damp hair. He looks at me. I will myself to look anywhere but at his boxers, but they're beckoning me, and I can't help it. I sneak a little glance. When our eyes lock, there's a possessiveness in his expression that makes me weak. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, he says. We're both adults here. He hangs the towel up in the bathroom and waltzes over to the bed. I gulp. I keep my eyes trained on my lap. You should count yourself lucky. I normally sleep without a shred of clothing. I pull the sheets up around my chest and slink away from him as he gets into the bed. His weight makes the mattress shift, and I almost roll over against him. Yeah, well, thanks for wearing something at least, even if it leaves little to the imagination. Are you saying you like what you see? He asks. My face is on fire. Excuse me? He eyes me with a wolf-like hunger. You are one to talk wearing that nightie. It's comfortable. I hear the defensiveness in my voice, but I'm not going to apologize for it. Good. I want you to be comfortable. I get lost in the intense gray depth of his eyes. This is going to be more of a struggle than I originally planned, but then again, going into this, I wasn't expecting to have to share a bed with him. I'm learning that when it comes to David Petrov, the Mafia boss, surprises wait for me around every corner. I pluck 2 pillows from the mountain of them behind me and set them in between me and David. His grin is enormous. What's this for? A barrier. I pat the pillows. You really think we need that? He gives me a doubtful frown. Let's keep this professional, I remind him. It's what we both agreed to. His eyes darken possessively again, but he's smiling. My pulse races, and I'm suddenly feverish. I don't know how I'm going to make it through the night with his body heat next to me. When he just stares at me, I say, just promise me, all right? I promise, he says, but he doesn't move his eyes from me. I'm turning out the light now, I say. We're going to sleep. Sleep? Yes, he says, but he sounds as unconvinced as I feel inside. This is madness. I'm sharing a bed with a Bratva boss, lying in the dark. How did it come to this? I have the craziest job in the universe. I lie in silence in the darkness. The only sound is the faint lull of traffic on the streets below. I'm acutely aware of my breathing. Every muscle in my body is stiff. I roll over on my side, and there's a loud rushing sound through my eardrums, and I'm lightheaded, even though I'm laying down. It feels like I'm floating in the ocean of blankets around me, nearly drowning in them. I lay there for several more minutes, convincing myself that it's ridiculous to have feelings for a Bratva boss, that nothing good can come of it, and that I need to stay on my side of the pillow barricade. When I can't take it anymore, when I'm too hot and flustered and aroused, I brave a glance at David over my shoulder. I can only see the mound of his silhouette, his chest rising and falling in a calm rhythm. I carefully peel the sheets from my legs and climb out of bed, padding across the floor. I saunter my way into the kitchen, using the light of the moon to guide my steps. I inspect each cabinet until I find the one with glasses and reach for one. Maybe I just need to drink a cold glass of water and pace for a few minutes on the cold marble floor to soothe my nerves. As I'm turning around with the glass in my hand, the breath rushes from my lungs and my stomach flips. I nearly drop the cup, setting it down on the counter behind me. David is standing over me. He's breathing fast. His eyes are glazing with longing. I can't take it anymore, he pants. Take what? I breathe out, every nerve ending in my body tingling. The tension, he whispers, as he reaches for me and cuffs his hands around my waist. A breathless gasp leaves my throat as he pulls me toward him. There's a sizzle in the air between us that claims me in that moment, and I forget everything else. My hands graze up his shirtless back, fanning out through his hair. His lips collide with mine in an urgency that's so intense I can't see straight. His tongue is in my mouth, rolling over mine, tangling and fighting for dominance. A low grumble rolls from his throat, and I let out an instinctive sigh to complement it. The smacking sounds, the flutters of warm breath, the heat left on skin from trailing fingers. It's all dizzying and sweaty and desperate. I need him. I crave him and it hurts. I need more. I need his mouth to kiss me everywhere. But then my senses clear in a split second, and my palm is pressing against his chest. I'm shaking my head and pulling away. No, we can't do this. I squeeze my eyes shut, so I don't have to look at him, so I don't have to see the confusion and the lust in his eyes. He's holding my hands. My eyes are closed, but I can hear his heavy breathing. He says nothing. We need to go back to bed, I whisper, finally working up the courage to open my eyes. He's framed in moonlight, a glow in his silveries. He's staring at me as if he's ready to conquer me. David, please, I squeak. The desire in his eyes dissolves as if he's waking from a hypnosis. He drags his hands through his hair, exhaling a slow breath as he lifts his head toward the ceiling, trying to calm himself down. I take a step back from him, blood swirling hot through my brain. I'm sorry, I manage. I can't. He nods, his gaze still fixed on the ceiling. I know. Just go back to bed. When he hesitates, I add, please. This gets him into motion. He looks at me, a look as if to say, are you sure on his face? When I nod, he takes a step away from me, turning to back out of the room. He pauses at the edge of the kitchen and glances at me over his shoulder. His expression is one of pain and conflict. Are you coming? I need a minute, I sigh. He nods and disappears around the corner. As soon as he's gone, I wilt like a flower, resting my elbows on the counter. I cup my face in my hands, trying to breathe through the adrenaline rush. My whole body is shaking as desire threatens to level me completely. I still want him, badly. His fingertips and lips leave a searing imprint on my mouth and skin. I should return to the room with him and continue what we started. But I can't seem to force myself to move. I'm frozen in place, with one half of my heart telling me to live with adventure and chase my desire. But the other, a stronger half of me, is telling me, it's not a good idea. Don't sleep with the Mafia boss you are writing a story about. I pour water from the tap and place the cold glass against the hollow of my neck. I'm burning from within, and I have no idea how I'm going to make it through this experience, sharing a living space with this magnetic, gorgeous man breathing the same air and sleeping in the same bed as me. If the gun mob doesn't kill me first, this living arrangement surely will.
Chapter 7. David. I don't tell anyone about my agenda for today, not even Miroslav. Sometimes it's smarter to keep the tactics to yourself, to see who you can really trust. But of course, I already know the answer to that. You can never trust anyone. Not fully. I'm in the car with another one of my drivers. I tried to leave Hazel with Miroslav, but she insisted that I leave her alone, that she didn't want some weirdo watching her all day. The argument had gotten heated, but I'd finally relented, giving her my number and telling her to call me right away if something happened. She promised to stay in the condo on the agreement that our deal would be off if she left. Now here I sit in this car worrying about her safety, but hoping for the best. She's the only person I know capable of making me back down. Her feistiness makes her even more irresistible. I can't stop thinking about our kiss. The softness of her lips brushing against mine, the softness of her breath against my cheek. Her warm, slender fingers lightly tugging on my hair. I shove the images out of my head, along with my brewing desire. I don't have time to think about that right now. Just pull up here, I instruct the driver as we pull into the parking lot of a seedy apartment complex. Need me to go in with you, boss? He asks, meeting my gaze in the rearview mirror. No. I clutch the door handle and push it open, stepping out onto the pavement that's still steaming after a summer morning rain shower. This I need to do on my own. I walk through a breezeway and tromp up a flight of stairs to an apartment on the second floor, a spot we use for Bratva business on occasion. Inside, one of my guys, Oleg, is sitting on a folding chair smoking a cigarette in the center of the room. His leg bounces up and down. He scrubs a hand over his buzzed hair like he's trying to rub away the stress. When he sees me, He stands up and nods his head in my direction. His eyes dart behind me as if he's expecting to be ambushed. The hair on the back of my neck rises with my suspicions. He shifts his weight and takes a long drag of the cigarette before blowing the smoke out through the corner of his mouth. "You wanted to see me about a new money deal, boss?" he asks in Russian. Something like that. I arranged this meeting on the pretense that I would be discussing a new deal with Oleg, but my real goal is to confront him about what he's doing without my permission. His eyes brighten slightly as if he's eager to hear about it. What is it? A new client? A new shipment to take care of? There have been rumors floating around that Oleg is involved in gun trafficking. I don't normally believe in taking action against rumors. I need true evidence, and I'm determined to get it today. I take a step closer. I watch Oleg's throat bob. His eyes dart behind me again. He's fidgeting now, stepping from one foot to the other like he's restless. His face pales when I glare at him. "What are you looking at?" I ask in Russian. "What do you mean?" "You keep looking behind me," I say. "What's going on, boss?" he asks. "Why don't you tell me?" I throw the question back at him. "Can I trust you?" His face collapses. "Of course you can, boss. You know that. You would never do anything behind my back, would you?" I continue glowering at him. "Why would you think that?" His face is gray in the dim lighting that's filtering in through the slits in the blinds. "Why do you seem nervous?" I ask. I can't have my captains running around with side hustle behind my back, especially when it comes to guns. He shrugs, trying to act nonchalantly, but I see the fear sprinting through his eyes. When I start marching toward him, he stumbles backward, knocking the chair over. He tosses the cigarette on the concrete floor and smashes it with his heel. "What's going on, boss? Is this a setup?" His voice shakes. "Are you going to take me out or something?" I smirk. "Take you out?" He shakes his head, pressing his palms to his temples. "Everything is just so messed up right now." "What do you mean? Are you going to kill me?" he asks, swallowing hard. Guilt is laced in his words. "That depends on whether you're betraying me," I growl, grabbing his shirt. I push him into the corner and slam his back into the wall, breathing hard and fast, teeth gritting so hard that they creak. "You're making me lose my patience, Oleg. I don't like to lose my patience, and you aren't going to like it either." Oleg stares at me, stunned, but he can't manage to erase the guilt marking his features. "Are you running a side business without my permission?" I bark out. "Tell me the truth, now." Oleg licks his lips, stammers out, "A what?" "You heard me," I hiss, pushing him further against the wall. His shoulders scrape against it, the bones grinding against the hard surface. "Why would you think that?" he asks, but it's clear that he's just trying to buy himself time. "Don't lie to me," I roar, as the tendons in my neck strain. Oleg flinches and raises his hands by his sides. "I swear, I didn't mean anything by it. What have you done? Tell me exactly what you've been up to behind my back. I want him to admit it outright so I'll know the rumors are true. I want him to tell me exactly what he's been doing. It's better if he implicates himself." "Nothing that terrible," he says. "Nothing that would hurt anyone here. It's all for a cause, really. You're not leaving this room until you tell me what you've been doing behind my back." He blows out a puff of air and squeezes his eyes shut. I cup his neck in my hand and press down until he's gasping and sputtering, choking. His eyes bulge out, and he looks at me with a deep fear. I clench my teeth and start squeezing my fingers around his jugular. He flails, trying to squirm out of my grasp, but I'm bigger than him, and he's not making any progress. He tries to shove me off, fingers scraping against my shirt, stubs of his nails attempting to slice through my forearms. I finally release him. He swallows huge gulps of air, bending over with his palms on his knees. He's panting hard. When he lifts his eyes to me, there's humor in his gaze, and a small smirk curls the edges of his mouth as if to say he knows I don't have it in me to kill him. His confidence makes my blood boil, that he thinks he can just waltz out of here with a vault of secrets and illegal operations going on right under my nose. He's about to learn the hard way that I'm not as soft as he thinks I am. I ball my fist and rear it back, slamming it into the side of his jaw. His head knocks back, his eyes rolling back in his head. He stumbles backward. When he regains his balance and straightens, his eyes burn with rage, his jaw locking. His own fists ball at his sides, his breathing fast and seething. He spits blood onto the ground. "What the hell?" he growls. I pull a gun from the clip behind my back and cock it, aiming it between his eyes. Whoa. He lifts his arms by his sides again, scrambling on his heels. "You better tell me exactly what you're running behind my back, or this bullet is going into your skull," I warn. He licks his lips, his face still ashen, his cheeks hollow. All right, he exclaims after a pause. "I've been doing the gun trafficking as a side hustle. It's not as bad as it sounds, though, and there's good money in it." "You betrayed me," I roar, the sound of my voice vibrating through my chest. "I had no choice," he shouts, backing himself into a corner. "You do have a choice. You always have a choice, and you made the wrong one." I step closer, the gun steady in my hand. "I need more money, boss." "I'm not making enough," Oleg cries. I glance at the Rolex shining on his wrist, the diamonds circling the face of it, and laugh. It's a barbaric sound, one of wrath. "You wear that, and expect me to believe you need more money?" Oleg's eyes jump from me to the gun and then to the window beside us. Before I realize what he's doing, he sprints to the window, pushes it open, and jumps out. I jog over and look down. He lands on a dumpster, rolls off it, stands up, brushes the dirt off his thighs, and bolts down the street, glancing up at me only once before disappearing behind a side street corner. I shove the gun back on the clip and punch the wall, taking my frustrations out on it until my knuckles are red and raw. I don't run down the stairs or chase after him. I don't want to cause a scene out there in the streets, especially when I'm trying to get my reputation in this city under control. I let him go for now, knowing that he'll be shaken by my threats. If he's smart enough, he won't do anything else stupid before I can deal with him later. Chapter 8. David. I turn the key in the lock and step into the foyer of the condo. It's quiet, and at first, I think that Hazel might have skipped out on her end of the bargain. My heart sinks a little at the idea of her ditching me. I set the keys down on the side table when I'm distracted by the muffled sound of heavy breathing. I stop walking, my heart jumping into my throat. Hazel? I place my hand on the back of my gun clip, ready to pull it out. The noise comes again, louder this time, as if someone is moaning. In pain? Adrenaline surges through my bloodstream and I spring into action, barreling down the hallway without a second thought toward the noises coming from the bedroom. A million scenarios play out through my brain of Hazel in the bedroom alone, trying to fight off an intruder. I knew I should have insisted that someone stay with her while I went out to conduct my meeting with Oleg. Oleg. Is he responsible for putting her in danger? My jaw clenches with a fresh wave of rage and guilt. There were no signs of forced entry coming into the house. I keep my address private, even for my most trusted captains, which Oleg is definitely not on that list. Did he follow me here? If so, how did he get in? We're on too high a floor for him to climb up and crawl through a window. It seems unlikely that he's in the bedroom with Hazel, but I'm thinking the worst, and hoping he isn't that stupid to cross me after what just happened. Hazel definitely isn't crazy enough to let a strange man into the condo, especially when she knows her life is at risk since the gunfight at the warehouse. I burst through the bedroom door, the intense need to protect Hazel fueling all my movements. I lift my gun and point it around the room, eyes scanning for any threats I might need to take down. Hazel is laying on the bed. She's alone. The following scene is too spicy for YouTube. If you would like to enjoy the full unedited version, please follow the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you. Chapter 9. David. I take a puff from my cigar and blow it out as a smoke ring into the air. My phone vibrates on the coffee table. I reach for it, pressing it to my ear. Hello? Boss, bad news, a familiar voice murmurs through the receiver. I stub the cigar out on the ashtray on the living room coffee table and plant my elbows on my knees. It's hard not to groan. I've had enough bad news to last me the rest of the year, but here we are. What is it? I ask Vlad, my most trusted captain, My right-hand man for everything. I just got a tip from one of the guys working on the south side. Police got wind of the gun trafficking downtown. They are tracing it back to you. He pauses. To us, I mean. He's speaking fast in Russian, and I hold my hand up in the air as my pulse comes to a grinding halt. Whoa. Just slow down, Vlad. Back up. What do you mean they're tracing it back to me? Vlad takes a deep breath. A local judge has been murdered. One of the guns has been tabbed as being associated with our organization. I dig my palms into my eyes and stand up. What else do these cops know? I realize I'm shouting and toss a wary glance over my shoulder, lowering my voice because I know Hazel is in the bedroom, probably listening. Even though I'm also speaking in Russian, I don't want her to get upset if she hears me raising my voice. Those guns shouldn't have tracers on them, and all the serial numbers should have been scrubbed off on all of them. This isn't my doing. I'm not in this gun business, but I'm smart enough to know that. I know, boss. We are trying to sort it out as we speak, he says, aiming to pacify me. It's a sloppy situation. Who's we? I ask. Me and my crew, Vlad reassures. This is bad. I lean back on the couch, sinking my shoulders into the cushions, gazing up at the ceiling. I try to ward off a headache sprouting at the base of my neck. Well, the good news is, the police don't have a warrant, Vlad says. Then after another, slightly less confident pause adds, yet. I want to put my fist through a wall, but I restrain myself because I don't want Freak Hazel out and have her come running in here asking me what's wrong. I can't have her believing that I'm not in control. It makes me look weak, and she's writing a story on me. There's the pressure to perform looming around me like the paparazzi. They're going to be keeping a much more watchful eye on you, I'm afraid. Vlad continues. Tell me something I don't know, I belt out. This is exactly why I don't want to be involved in this chaos. I'm jabbing my finger in the air and angry spittle is flying from my lips. I know that asshole Oleg is behind this. I told everyone on my crew no guns. That asshole never listens. I'm a fool for putting him in charge of anything. Vlad blows out a puff of air, but his silence is not exactly commiserating. What? You're telling me you don't agree with me? I hiss. I'm not saying that, boss, Vlad reassures. I'm just saying that this is just a complicated mess. Oleg probably sold that gun to someone who used it to kill that judge, and whoever did the hit probably tossed it, not thinking it could be traced back. Or not caring who it got traced back to, leaving that worry to the dealer he got it from, I grumble. Right, he says solemnly. I chew my thumbnail. The wheels are turning in my head as I try to piece everything together. Just try to calm down, Dave, Vlad says in a cautious voice, and I know he's attempting to avoid my explosive temper. But things are slipping through my fingers and falling through the cracks. I'm losing control of my own organization, and I'm pissed. I'm angry at myself just as much as I am at them. Now that clown has brought unwanted attention back to our business. I never wanted this gun running in the first place. I shout, no longer caring if Hazel hears me. All right, I know, Vlad's whispering now. But you've got to relax. Don't tell me to relax. This needs to be dealt with. Now. I met with Oleg earlier at the apartment on Lake Street. I threatened him and he finally admitted that he's running this stupid gun trafficking operation. I didn't see him at the warehouse during the gunfight, and I didn't recognize the dealers I saw there who were shooting at me and Miroslav. He must have enlisted his own dealers behind my back. When he confessed at the apartment, I pulled my gun on him and he jumped out the window. It's a long-winded explanation, but I managed to get all the newest facts spilled out. Did you go after him? There is a level of shock in Vlad's voice. When he jumped out the window. No. I grit my teeth and clench my fists until my knuckles turn white. I thought my threats would be enough to spook him. I knew I wouldn't be able to chase him, and I didn't want to attract attention to myself running down the street. Good call, Vlad agrees, sounding relieved. The police activity out there on Lake Street has been heavier lately, I admit. If I was caught chasing him down, especially if gunfire was involved, the cops would have even more reason to bring me in for an interrogation. We have to watch our backs now more than ever, Vlad declares. All because of an idiot who can't control himself, I grumble. Did he say why he was doing the gun running against your wishes? He had to have colossal balls to pull it off. He had to know that eventually he'd get caught. He didn't pull it off, I remind Vlad, growling out each word. Now a judge is dead. It still doesn't explain why Oleg is on this front in the first place. Frustration creeps into Vlad's voice. Oleg said he wasn't making enough money, and that he started the gun running as a side hustle, I explain. Vlad explodes into laughter. Is he serious? He makes more than half the guys on our crew. I was helping do the books the other night. He's one of our top earners. I called him out on it too. The flashy Rolex and rings on his fingers sure tell a different story. My blood is boiling. My head is so hot I want to go stick it in the freezer. I need to cool down somehow or I'm going to start breaking things. Want to go grab a beer and take out your anger on a dartboard? Vlad suggests. I glance toward the bedroom. I can't do it right now. Why not? Vlad sounds disappointed. I have other things going on right now that I need to take care of, I explain, without telling him too much because I want to leave Hazel out of it as much as I can. Look, Dave, you haven't done anything wrong. Vlad switches to English, and his voice is genuine. That doesn't help me when there's a target on my back now, I grunt. It's a setback, Vlad admits, but we've overcome worse. I don't want my crew bleeding because of this, I say. We have to correct the problem. Where do you think Oleg ran off to? Vlad asks. I rub my jaw, which is aching because I'm so tense. I don't know, but we need to find him. I'm not going down for this. I'll put some of my guys on tracking him, Vlad declares. He's been known to hide out in the slum district when he feels the heat. We can start there. I drag a hand through my hair. It's as good a place to start as any, but my guys need to be careful, especially going into the slum. The people out there are crazy, and they don't care if they get caught. They'll want to go to jail because it means a free dinner and clean socks. Oleg won't get away with this, Vlad promises. We'll come out on the winning side of this. My guys are smart. They won't get themselves caught or killed. We'll make that little weasel squirm. I snort. You better hope so. We can't afford to lose any of the good ones. If we don't act fast, the cops will find a way to pin a bunch of bullshit charges on me. The pressure is heavy on me right now. We won't give the cops any extra reasons to suspect your involvement, Vlad promises. In any of this. I walk to the kitchen and pour myself a shot glass full of vodka, then down it in one swoop, relishing in the way it burns my throat, trickling down and warming my blood. I don't chase it with anything. It's just been that kind of day. Between dealing with Hazel and Oleg, I feel like I'm drowning in the stress. Find him, I grumble. And when I do, Vlad sounds eager. Don't kill him, I say with a sigh. We need him alive. Why? Disappointment makes his voice falter. We need to get him to turn himself in, I explain. And if he doesn't? Vlad's voice is skeptical at best. I'm sure you can find a way to motivate him, I insinuate. Use force, or any means necessary. Just don't bash his face in too hard. That will make the police even more suspicious that he was bullied into a confession, and they won't take it seriously. We need to threaten Oleg in different ways. With his family, or something else that he cares about and doesn't want to risk losing. I can hit him where it hurts, Vlad says. Trust me. I trust you. You might be the only one I do at the moment, I admit. You've got it, boss. Vlad chimes as if he lives for these kinds of conquests, and is proud to receive praise, no matter what it's for. I have a few conquests of my own to tackle. Getting Hazel not to hate me is one. Staying under the police's radar is another. Now if only I can find a way to do both successfully, without tangling everything up together and tripping over the mess. Let me know how it's going later, I instruct. I want an update on Oleg's location by tonight. I'll do my best, Vlad says. And I know he actually means it. If you need me to get involved, let me know, I tell him. But this one I prefer to delegate just to you. Vlad switches back to Russian. I will, boss, but I think it's better if you just lay low for a little while, at least until we can get this gun thing sorted out with the judge that was killed. That's the biggest thing on my mind right now, I tell him. Above all the other problems piling up, I'll enlist some of the smaller crews to take care of the minor issues, Vlad offers. We'll put out as many fires as we can. Okay, good. I glance at the vodka bottle, debating whether to guzzle down one more shot, just to take the edge off. I decide against it. For now, I'm subdued. I'll call you later, Vlad promises before the line clicks off. Now I'm left to sort out all my worries on my own, inside the prison of my own mind. I glance down the hallway where Hazel is still in the bedroom with the door closed. I wonder how much she heard of my conversation with Vlad, if she was even listening. I tried to stick to Russian for most of it, which I know she doesn't understand. I pace the kitchen, debating whether to go to her and ask for help. She's writing a piece about gun trafficking anyway. If her ultimate goal is to help blow it wide open with her research, then maybe she can help me too. Remain out of reach of the police's hawk-like grip. One thing is certain. I'm not going down for someone else's mistake. If my father taught me anything, it's to never let someone else bring you down. If you're going to ruin your life, make sure it was your own damn choice.
Chapter 10. Hazel. He has broad shoulders and piercing gray eyes that could be intimidating to anyone crossing his path. I bite my lip and narrow my eyes at my laptop screen, pressing my finger down on the backspace button. I watch as the whole sentence disappears, going back to the safe crevices of my mind where it belongs. No, these thoughts are unsafe and don't belong anywhere, especially not in my mind. Then why am I having so much trouble erasing them? Why can't it be as easy as pressing the delete button? I try again, but just stare at my blinking cursor, unable to type anything else. I've already tried to start this article 5 times, and each time it sounds like I'm head over heels in love with David. I groan and cradle my head in my hands. I need to figure out a way to accurately describe him without giving away his identity, but also without it sounding like I want him served to me like a hot meal on a silver platter. It's hopeless, and I'm not getting anywhere with it today. Having some writer's block, David's deep and brooding voice comes up behind me. I startle and lift my head, snapping my laptop shut. David arches a curious eyebrow. What are you writing about me? Nothing, I stammer. I mean, nothing. Nothing? His eyes flash with amusement. I sigh and lean back in the chair. Nothing yet. He slides up and sits in a chair beside me at the patio table where I'm sitting outside in the courtyard, enjoying a warm, sunny morning before the heat gets too oppressive. He leans forward until his knee touches mine. I hold my breath and stiffen, staring at him. I feel my only focus since moving into his condo has been waiting for him to make another move, and considering how I might react. The kiss we shared has been wrapped around my head and coiled into my stomach ever since it happened. It's in every thought I have, and each time I stare at his carved jawline, desire resurfaces. Even though it felt like a dream, the warmth of his lips was very real, and I crave it more than anything else. His gray eyes stare into my soul, trying to unearth every dirty little secret I've ever had, including, probably, the nasty thoughts I've been having about him. David still hasn't brought up how he'd caught me in the act, and I don't dare talk about it either. I certainly am in no position to admit to him that it was his body and his face I pictured when I did it. I gulp as his knee bumps softly against mine. He brings his fingers across each of my fingers, stroking them in a way that's so soothing. Tingles ignite across the surface of my skin. I close my eyes and breathe out. What are you doing? Helping you, he whispers. And even though my eyes are closed, I feel his breath hot against the curve of my neck. My eyelids flutter open, and I look at him. I don't need your help. I can do it myself. You said the same thing the other day. David's eyes pin on me, flirtatious and dangerous. My cheeks burn, and I quickly avert my eyes, opening my laptop again. You're very distracting, you know. Is that a bad thing? His fingers are crawling up my wrist now. I make no effort to stop him, shocking myself at how long I'm letting this go on. I breath out slowly, trying to draw in willpower to resist this gorgeous man. Yes, I can't concentrate, I say, my voice thick and hoarse. Maybe you need to concentrate on something else for a while then. His accent is making my muscles melt into a useless glob. His whisper sends a rush of chills through my body, tingling from my scalp all the way down to my toes and everywhere in between. I force myself to look at him, but I'm not smiling. Like what? He shrugs, but there is a dark and demanding expression rolling over his face that gives me an excited sensation in my stomach. It starts to warm and spread through my limbs when he runs his fingers all the way up my arm and reaches one hand behind my neck, stroking my hair. Does that feel good? He whispers. He's so close, lethally close. His fingers hug my neck, pressing in, pulling me closer. His lips are brushing the back of my ear now. His lips part, and his mouth presses against the edge of my neck. I let out an instinctive and impulsive gasp. That sighing noise is the only verbal answer I give to his question, and it's all we both need. I swivel to face him in my chair. The next part is a blur. I'm possessed by urgent need. His hands are in my hair. My nose bumps against his. Our foreheads press together. There's an exhale of air, a rush of heat, greedy fingers stroking down each other's arms, through hair and around limbs. David grabs my waist and pulls me off the chair and settles me onto his lap.
The following scene is too spicy for YouTube. If you would like to enjoy the full unedited version, please follow the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you. Chapter 12. David. You need to get out of the house, I say, entering the kitchen. Hazel is sitting at the table with her laptop open, fingers clicking away at the keys. She eyes me with a guarded expression. All the lust and glamour of our earlier sex session evaporated from her face and her demeanor. What are you working on? I ask. She frowns and returns her gaze to the laptop screen. Oh, just some research. Well, we need to get out for a little while, I say. But I have an ulterior motive. I need to check on the equipment at the warehouse and make sure it's operating smoothly. Where? Her brows furrow. To the warehouse I own, I tell her. This statement gets her eyes to light up. Really? You want to take me with you? You're a journalist, aren't you? Don't you need some field research? Don't you want to succeed in your career? What can you possibly get out of sitting here at my kitchen table? I stand inches from her. Immediately, the enthusiasm on her face dissolves and she leans away from me, shifting her eyes out the window, but she can't hide the wounded expression as well as she thinks she is. I pull out a chair and the legs scrape across the marble. I'm sorry. That was insensitive. She looks at me with a flat expression, and I know she's put her walls back up. It would be great if you wouldn't tell me how to do my own job. I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm suggesting you find your research with me out in the field instead of on the internet, I say. I'm right here trying to help you. She scoffs. You will only let me go so far in the research. Something is better than nothing, I remind her with a growl, trying not to get frustrated. I keep offending her. I rein in my emotions, so I won't screw this up any further. Fine, she says, her lips stretching into a straight line. I'll go get ready. She starts to stand, but I take her arm, and she stays where she is, her eyes searching mine, trying to figure out a way that I might hurt her. About earlier, outside, I begin. She cuts me off, her voice frosty. It was a mistake. It can't happen again. I smile, because I can see the lie written all over her face, and hear it in the way her voice wobbles over the words. If that's the way you want it, I can respect that. But I hope it will happen again. She shakes her head, a laugh with zero amusement escaping her lips. You mob men always think you rule the world, and everyone just bows to you. I hate to tell you, but I'm only in your orbit for the story. She makes a point of meeting my gaze when she says, and that's all. I run my fingertips down her arm. She stiffens but doesn't pull away. She knows I'm testing her strength when it comes to resisting me. So far, she's holding her own. But I see the vulnerability crinkling in her eyes and know she wants to be tempted. If she wasn't attracted to danger, she wouldn't have agreed to any of this. She wouldn't be sitting in my kitchen working as if she belongs in this crazy environment. She makes herself comfortable in my hideout condo, which is what I want. But I also want her. Fucking her once only makes me want to do it again. In my bed, with her legs on my shoulders, everywhere, in every position. Hazel glances down at my hand still on her arm and I pull it away. She stands up and starts walking away toward the bedroom. I watch her, then decide to follow her. She's standing in front of the full-length mirror when I enter the room, fanning her fingers through her hair and applying a dab of perfume to her neck and wrists. Are you trying to make yourself irresistible to me? I breathe out as I approach her. I stand behind her and clasp my hands with hers. We stare at each other in the reflection of the mirror. Hazel's eyes are conflicted with longing and wariness. You can't do things like this in public, she whispers. Like what? I brush my fingers up and down her arms. I lean in and graze my lips against her neck and her lashes flutter as her eyes close. She breathes out a heavy sigh. Like that, she says. What you're doing now. Why not? I kiss her neck again, and her body relaxes against me. Because it's not appropriate, she says in a shaky voice. That's what makes it so fun, I counter. The veil over Hazel's expression vanishes, and she shakes her head, backing away from me. She clears her throat. That's not fair to either of us, and you know it. My heart is pounding. Her face is pink. She grabs her purse off the dresser and gives me a look of resolve, distancing herself by another several inches. So, what will we be doing at your warehouse? I grin at her. I'll show you how the money counterfeiting operation works. Her eyes shoot sky high. Really? I bridge the gap between us, gazing down at her. This time I don't touch her, but I'm invading her personal space, making her blush. Why not? Until you give me a reason not to trust you, I'm willing to bring you along for the process. Her throat bobs as she swallows. You can trust me. I start strutting from the room, glancing at her over my shoulder with a satisfied smirk. Good. Let's keep it that way. I step around the car while Hazel takes her seatbelt off. Before she can grab her purse and exit, I'm there, opening the door for her. She arches a cynical eyebrow. Behaving like a gentleman in front of your crew? My jaw twitches. I will treat a woman with respect in public and in private. I should hope you've gathered as much by now. Her face softens when she realizes her words touched a nerve. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Let's just go, I grumble, pushing the button to lock the car doors. I have a lot to go over tonight in here. She nods, clutching her purse tight over her shoulder, following on my heels. I eye her over my shoulder. I'm walking with deliberation and purpose. When I pick up my pace, she does too. Her eyes dart in every direction. I halt in my tracks, turn and face her. She topples into my arms. I take her by the waist and wait a beat before removing my hands. She takes a deep breath. You don't need to be afraid, I promise her. I'll protect you. She nods and licks her lips. Okay. She looks like she actually believes me for once. We walk inside and I flip the light switch on, bathing the room in bright fluorescent light. Hazel blinks as her eyes adjust. She moves about with curiosity, taking everything in. She spins and gives me a confused head tilt, her hip jutting out. She doesn't even realize how sexy she is, just by simply existing. Where is everyone? No one here but us right now, sweetheart, I say in a low voice. Is anyone else expected? She asks. Or did you plan it like this to get me by myself? I consider my words carefully. I want to keep my crew in the dark as much as I can about her, because I don't know how they'll take it if they know I agreed to give her a story. Even if names are kept out of it, they might not want her to be able to connect their faces with any organized crime going on. Miroslav is the only one of my crew she's met, but he signed NDAs not to expose her or what I'm doing with her. To be fair, I'm not even really sure what my true intentions are with her yet. Nobody will be here while we are, I finally say. For now, the vaguer the better. Keeps the complication out of things. She turns back around, not pressing the matter for now. I release a long breath. Can I record this conversation? She asks. Also, can I take pictures? No pictures. No recordings, I grunt. She shrugs as if she expects me to say this and she's prepared for the rejection of it. Fair enough, I guess. I'll just take notes. Good, the old-fashioned way, I say. What's this? Her hands run over a machine in the corner by the back wall. I come up behind her, resisting the urge to plant my hands on her hips and tug up her dress. This one makes $100 super notes. She glances at me. What's a super note? I pull one out of the machine and hold it out to her. This. She seems reluctant to take it from me. Relax, I tell her. All this money is brushed for fingerprints before it's used. She adjusts her weight. How do you make it? It looks so real. I give her a smug smile. Yes, that's the whole point. So these will be used out there like in the real world? I put the bill back after brushing it clean. Something like that. I begin telling her a bit about the process of making watermarks, using glue and bleach to make it look authentic to a genuine printing. Then I let her inspect the printer itself. I watch her slender fingers typing out notes on her phone. I take a deep breath as her full lips pucker in concentration, as her tongue slides over her top teeth. I knead my fingers into the back of my neck and blurt out, I need to go get some air. Her head shoots up and she looks at me through wide, gorgeous eyes. Is something wrong? I shake my head. Should I come with you? She sounds hesitant. You can stay here and look at the equipment. There's no way in or out other than the way we came. You'll be safe in here. She holds out her phone. Do you want to take this? I shake my head and give her a firm glance. Like I said before, I will trust you until you give me a reason not to. She almost smiles at that statement, nodding her head. I'll be right back, I mutter, and begin dragging my feet toward the door. Once I'm outside, I lean against the door and light a cigar, inhaling the sweet smoke into my mouth before releasing it in a satisfied puff up toward the sky. I instantly start to relax. Being around Hazel after claiming her is proving harder than I thought. I need to get myself under control, but I don't know how much longer I can keep my hands off her. The mixed signals are killing me. I know on some level she must feel that burning, intense attraction too. I see it in her eyes when she looks at me. She's holding herself back. I need to find a way to break her walls, but at the same time, getting involved with her is like putting my hand in a fire and watching it torch. I take another drag of the cigar when I hear a car engine rumbling closer. I straighten when I hear car doors slamming and muffled voices coming from around the corner of the building. My heart is in my throat as I start walking in that direction, craning my neck to glance around the side. Oleg and a few men I don't recognize are standing around a G-Wagon SUV. The liftgate is up and they are huddled behind it, unloading things out of it and moving around like hornets swarming a nest. The air in my lungs freezes when I realize they're wielding machine guns. One of them spots me and whistles to alert the others. I'm temporarily immobilized by fear and shock. There's no way I can take these guys by myself. Instead of shooting at them, I turn around and bolt back to the warehouse doors. Hazel's safety is the only thing I care about right now. I storm inside the building, my pulse hammering in my ears. We have to go now. Hazel spins around, alarm spreading across her face. What's wrong? What's wrong is that we're no longer alone here. I explain in a rush of movement. Come on, every second is going to count if we want to get out of here alive. I grab her arm and yank her forward, sprinting toward the exit. I'm calculating the time in my head that it will take us to leave this building and make it back to my car without being ambushed. David, what's going on? Hazel is moving fast to keep up and her voice is shaking with fear. My hand cuffs around her wrist, encouraging her forward with hard tugs that I hope she knows I would only use in a life or death situation. Are we going to die? Not if I have anything to do with it. I growl through clenched teeth, bolting through the door as we're swarmed. Bullets fly. I shove Hazel in front of me and pin my body to hers, my back as a shield in case any of those bullets fire in her direction. We jump into the car as bullets slam into the windshield. The engine cranks. I throw the clutch in reverse, the tires spinning and squealing. Men scatter to get out of the way behind me. I spin the wheel, and we peel out of the parking lot in a cloud of burning rubber smoke. Another spray of bullets hail down on the top of the car. Hazel is screaming, and my white-knuckle grip tears us through the streets as I dig my foot harder into the gas pedal.
Chapter 13. Hazel. Can you please slow down? I brace the dash with one hand and grip the ceiling handle with the other, bracing myself in my seat. David's eyes cut briefly to me before fixing back on the road. I'm trying to get us out of there. Yeah, well, I'd like to do it in one piece, I shout. In case you didn't notice, we were being shot at. David doesn't raise his voice like me. He's acting like this is a normal occurrence for him. Maybe it is. Really? I hadn't realized. I yell, sarcasm dripping from my voice. David cuts a sharp corner and my body slams into the door. Jesus, I yell. You're gonna kill us. We were gonna die back there if I didn't haul ass to get us out, David hisses through gritted teeth. He glances over his shoulder. At least they aren't following us. Well, the police you're always trying to avoid certainly will be if you don't slow down. David's entire face is a sculpted scowl. I know what I'm doing. He burns through a yellow light just as it switches to red. I suck in a sharp breath through my teeth and glance over my shoulder, but there's nothing of significance through the back window. He's right. It doesn't look like our assailants are hot on our tracks. But still, David's driving skills in a crisis leave little to be desired. Once he turns down another side street, he finally slows down. I sink into the seat, my tense muscles uncoiling. Thank God. David looks at me, barking out a bitter laugh. You know, a thank you to me wouldn't hurt either. I gawk at him, unblinking. Are you joking? The gray in his eyes fractures into coal. We're alive, aren't we? I clench my hands in my lap to keep them from shaking. Barely. David licks his lips, his hands tracking tunnels through his hair. His eyes flick over to me for a moment before settling back on the road. He switches on the blinker before he makes a right turn. Oh, now you adhere to traffic laws. I cut him a glare. It was a life or death situation, David says. What are you not understanding? I'm not understanding why you would put me in danger like that. My voice pitches and cracks, betraying my fear. You agreed to come, David defends. Only because you made it seem like I'd be safe. You told me you would protect me. I know I'm spiraling, but my anger is gaining momentum, and I can't stop myself. I know you aren't used to getting screamed at by a hysterical woman, I say, but I think the situation warrants it. Part of me can't blame him for narrowing his eyes at me, but the other part of me is sizzling with adrenaline, unable to make sense of any rational thoughts. I did protect you, he clarifies, offended. Yeah, but those bullets could have landed anywhere, I counter right back. But they didn't. The argument continues. I throw my arms up in the air. Fine, maybe this isn't going to work out after all. Yeah, maybe it's not. David parks in his designated garage spot by the condo and cuts the engine. His words cut deep. I don't know what I'm expecting him to say, but it isn't that. Maybe I assumed he would fight for me, defend me, apologize for what happened tonight. Instead, he's looking at me as if I'm terrorizing him like an obnoxious sibling might. What's that supposed to mean? I try to keep the hurt out of my voice, but I fail miserably. A sliver of regret shadows David's face. His voice is calm now that we're no longer in imminent danger, but there's still a bite to his tone. Look, I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but... He trails off and I laugh. That's exactly what someone says before they offend the person. Just listen, he says, his eyes pleading. Fine. I cross my arms and stare straight ahead, noticing how clean the garage is. It's nearly empty, save for a few Tupperware boxes stacked on shelves in the corner. Maybe this job isn't for you, David says. I turn my head in his direction. What job? Any of it. Being around the Bratva to get a story? It's too dangerous for you, and you get too stressed out, he explains. I stare at him, jaw hanging open. I got shot at, and before that, men dragged me into a warehouse and tried to kill me. Excuse me for being a little on edge. I'm not defending what happened to you, David says. It was awful, yes, but you can't handle the danger. That's all I'm saying. So, what do you suggest then? You are the one who told me we should get out of the house and go into the field so I can get better research on what you do. Yes, and I'm seeing now that it was a mistake. Maybe it's just not safe for you to shadow me in my job responsibilities. David looks down at his lap as he says it. Perhaps you should go back to your boss and tell him you changed your mind, that you want to stick to the smaller stories where there is no risk involved for you. Tears sting behind my eyes, and my throat is tight, but I bury the emotions as deep as I can, a sniffle escaping in the process. I can't do that. Robert would never let me anyway. Even if he did, I'd never live it down. He would bully me forever. Maybe that's not a boss you should be working for then, David says sharply. One who bullies you. He just wants things done a certain way, I say in a monotone voice, still staring at the wall in front of me. And so do I, David replies. I cut him a glare. You're one to talk about getting what you want. It usually ends in gunfire. Yes, but the difference is, you are not working for me. David's accent is heavier when he's trying to be collected. And I would never bully you. You're pressuring me to quit, I say. David raises his arms by his sides, as if he means no harm. I'm just trying to speak the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts, and I know that. But I feel like he could be doing a better job of trying to keep me around. It's really like he doesn't want me here. And that's confusing, considering how intensely attracted to me he appears to be. Has this all been an act? You think I'm a failure. You think I'm the worst journalist in the world who can't handle the heat. My voice breaks over the last word, and I look away. I can't bear to look at him. It's too humiliating. I didn't say that. His mouth creases into a guilty frown. Yeah, but that's what you're implying. I lean my head against the headrest and gaze up at the ceiling. David exhales a long, slow breath. You can take my advice or not, but when it comes to the Bratva, laws and regulations don't apply. There will always be a risk involved, no matter the situation. I throw the car door open and step out, turning around to face David. He's still in his seat, blinking up at me as if I'm a bomb that's about to explode in his face. Maybe I should hit him where it hurts, to make him regret ever making snide comments to me, for putting me in danger and blaming me when I have a meltdown about it. Fine, I'll just leave then, I say. I slam the car door and march toward the entrance to the condo, tossing it open with such force the knob dings the drywall behind it. I don't care. I keep plowing forward. David catches up to me in the bedroom where I'm flinging clothes into my suitcase. He stands in the doorframe, his eyes sad and bewildered. What are you doing? Without looking at him, I say, what does it look like I'm doing? Packing, he says in a flat tone. Wow, you're a genius. I stand up and breeze past him on the way to get my toiletries from the bathroom counter. He stiffens but doesn't reach out for me. Another dent to my heart. Do I want him to hold me and stroke my hair, or do I want to punch him? I'm so conflicted, and my brain is fuming. My thoughts race about how I can get back at him, brainstorming ways to dig into his operations and make him crash and burn. He should suffer the way I'm suffering, feeling the scorching heat of betrayal on his perfect skin. My blood is boiling. I catch him staring at me, his eyes following me everywhere I move. It's crawling under my skin. I need to get out of here before I incinerate and lose myself in the winds of torment. I can't believe I ever slept with you, I hiss as I throw my shampoo into the suitcase. I zip it and lug it up, gripping the handle and wheeling it out, heavy and clunky behind me. The wheels click as I roll it. You should wait to leave until you're cooled down, David says, a warning in his tone. I think I'm done taking your advice. Thank you very much. I make a beeline for the door. Yes, rational thought is completely lost on me in my current mental state. At least let me walk you out, David insists. I spin and face him, my eyes blazing. David, who is exposed to gunfire and threats all the time, has a frightened look on his face. Maybe it's just women he can't handle. I wish you all the best. I lie, keeping my thoughts to myself about how I'll be on a warpath for revenge as soon as I figure out how to do it. Please don't follow me out. I need to move on, as you said. You know, do the fluffy, light-hearted stories about nothing and nobody important. Since that's all I'm good for, after all. I make sure to look him in the eyes as I throw his own hurtful words right back at him. David's eyes crinkle in the corner and his jaw twitches. He opens his mouth, closes it. My stare is icy. That's what I thought. I spin around, hair whipping behind me. I walk out the door and toward my car in the first guest parking spot in front of his condo. David doesn't follow me out, but I feel his watchful gaze imprinting on my soul as I drive away. By the time I get home and turn on every light, I'm calmer, but adrenaline still has my arms and legs shaking. I collapse on my bed. Hot tears blur in my eyes and roll down my cheeks. I do nothing to wipe them away. I stare up at the ceiling, momentarily hypnotized by the whirl of the fan blades spinning around and around. I don't know how long I lay there, sprawled out like a starfish, trying to regulate my breathing and my heartbeat. But it must be a while, because my eyelids get heavy and wilt closed. The sound of my phone ringing jars me awake. I'm disoriented, a migraine forming between my temples. I prop myself on my elbows and blink as my eyes adjust to the light in my bedroom. It's familiar and cozy, and I sigh with relief. The tension winds itself back through my spine as I glance down at my phone. David's number flashes across the screen. I clench my jaw, and after another second of hesitation, I swipe to answer the call. What? I croak, surprised by how exhausted my voice sounds. Hazel. David subdued. Russian accent makes my pulse pick up. Yes, I whisper. You should come back, he says. To your condo. Disbelief rakes through my brain. Yes. I think it was a mistake for you to leave, he admits. He sounds tired, too. I sit up straighter now, suspicion crawling through my bones. Why? There are a million reasons I want him to give me. Because I miss you. Because I need you. Because I can't sleep without you. I think we can still work things out, he says. I'm only slightly crestfallen. I'm too tired to be anything else right now. All the adrenaline has burned off. Professionally, I ask. In whatever way is comfortable for you, he says, and his voice is genuine. I blow out a hard breath and rub my palms across my sore and puffy face. I need to think about it. I'm sorry for the way I behaved earlier, he says. I should have been more sensitive to your emotions. It's okay, I shrug, even though he can't see me. I'm sorry too. You did nothing wrong, he says. Well, I shouldn't have yelled and freaked out, I admit. It was a natural response to being shot at, he says, apology lacing his voice. I still don't think it's a good idea for me to come back. I wince when there's silence on the other end. David exhales and mutters something in Russian under his breath. What did you say? My teeth nibble at my bottom lip. Nothing, David sighs. I wish you would reconsider. Just sleep on it and call me in the morning. I wait a beat to respond, but tears still flood my eyes when I say it, blurring my already hazy vision. I think my answer will be the same in the morning. I'm sorry, David, I really am, but we just can't make this work. You said so yourself? I hang up before he has time to retort. I turn off the light without changing or washing my face and curl up in a ball on my bed, hugging my arms around my chest. I don't even bother to get under the covers. I lay like that, crying myself to sleep, but I need to stay strong. David's words from earlier are embedded in my skull, driving me crazy with doubt and self-loathing. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm not cut out for this kind of journalism and should stick to safer, heartfelt articles. I'll get an earful from Robert, but facing his wrath is better than facing the barrel of a Bratva gun.
Chapter 14. David. Vlad picks up on the first ring, but he sounds groggy. Hello? What are you doing? I growl. Why? What happened? A bit of life springs into his voice after he hears the agitation in mine. Fuming, I say. Do you need me? He asked without hesitation. There was another shooting, I say, pacing my kitchen. I can't go into my bedroom. It feels too empty without Hazel in it. Where? Vlad's voice is low. At the warehouse across town. I rub my tense jaw. Oleg? Vlad asks. Yes. He had a crew with him, I say. Anyone we know? Vlad asks. It all happened so fast, I explain. But not that I could tell. Vlad goes silent for a moment before continuing. What were you doing at the warehouse? Checking the counterfeit machines, I reply, trying to sound casual. Were you alone? Vlad sounds wary. My hesitation is all he needs to hear. You brought her to the warehouse? I can trust her, I bark out, a warning in my tone to let Vlad know that no matter what, I'm still in charge. Jesus, boss. He blows out a sharp breath. Leave the decision-making to me, I growl. I know what I'm doing. Was anyone hurt? He asks, still concerned. We got out of there alive, I tell him. But she left once we got back to my condo. She's furious at me for putting her in danger. Did she ask to go with you to the warehouse? Vlad chooses his words carefully. He's insinuating that she's part of the problem, or perhaps the entire problem. But that's not the case. I'm the one who came up with the idea. I invited her, I tell him, keeping my words short. I really don't want to start talking about Hazel right now, especially not after the phone call we had. I've told Vlad very little about Hazel, other than her name and vague details about my arrangement with her. The less he knows, the better. But he is aware of her existence in my life, and that she's writing a story with anonymous details about the operations going on in this city. I told him about our endgame goal of putting an end to the gun-running violence. Vlad understands that much because he wants it to stop just as much as I do. She's pissed, too, I admit after a long silence between us. Well, don't hate me. But she might have every reason to be pissed, Vlad says. She thinks I let her down when I was supposed to be protecting her. I light a cigar and blow a puff of smoke toward the ceiling. How the hell was I to know those gangsters were going to show up? You probably shouldn't be alone anymore, Vlad mentions. I huff. I can take care of myself. Still, it might be a good idea to bring Miroslav with you places from now on. Just until the heat dies down. Oleg is obviously trying to take you out. He won't be successful, I bite back. No one is 100% invincible, Vlad reminds me in a much gentler tone. Miroslav makes Hazel uncomfortable, I add, as if that's a legitimate excuse for the whole argument. Well, is death less uncomfortable to her? Vlad asks. I laugh. All right, you've made your point. It doesn't matter anyway. She's gone because she can't handle this lifestyle. She thought she could, but she can't. It's over. I'm coming over, Vlad says, and I hear him rifling around on the other end, grabbing my keys and shoes now and heading your way. I groan. That's not necessary. You're upset, boss. You need someone to be there to help ground you, Vlad says. I'm not insane, I snarl. I can take care of myself. No one said you couldn't, but you also shouldn't carry all these extra burdens by yourself. I'll be there in 20 minutes. And with that, he hangs up, so I won't be able to protest further. Vlad stares at me with his arms folded. What? I blurt, irritation scratching under my ribcage. Why are you looking at me like that? You miss her, Vlad declares with a somber expression. I belt out a laugh. You are as crazy as you look. Vlad's expression doesn't change. You care more about what's going on with her than you do about Oleg. I cast my eyes away, a muscle in my jaw twitching. It's not true. You care about her. Vlad takes a step forward. Feelings for a woman can be more dangerous than any Bratva lifestyle. She's too soft for the Bratva lifestyle, I yell, tossing my arms up. She can't handle it. You don't know that, Vlad says. Is she here? I gesture around the empty living room. No, this life is not for her. She left at the first sign of pressure. Vlad unfolds his arms. Perhaps we should have a drink. You know, to take the edge off. I study him through narrowed eyes. It's not the worst idea you've ever had. Vlad's eyes glint with excitement. The night is young. Let us drown our troubles inside a bottle. And I have the perfect one for an occasion like this. I strut to my liquor cabinet and pluck out the beluga vodka I've been saving. Vlad's eyes go as huge as the moon. You want to open that? Why not? I shrug and set it on the counter. Vlad blinks, glances at the bottle, then back to me, his mouth agape. You must really need to forget about this woman. He's right, but I don't admit it aloud. Let's just drink, I grumble, reaching for 2 shot glasses. Vlad shuts his mouth, watching me pour the crystal-clear liquid into 2 glasses. I slide one to him and pick the other up for myself. We clink them together. To loyalty, I say. To health, Vlad chimes. To prosperity and justice. I tip my head back and drain the shot glass in one gulp. Vlad's eyes are sharp on mine as he swallows. In Russian, he says, all debts will be paid, David. Don't worry about it. I pour us both another round and glug it back, wincing. I'm not worried about it. Vlad's eyes water and his lips pucker. Damn, that's strong. But it goes down smoother than anything else we could choose, I say. What's the proof on it? Vlad inspects the bottle. 1 shot equals a 45-minute coma. I smirk at him. You're weak. He feigns offense, then pours himself another to prove me wrong. Only when it comes to women. I guess we're not all that different. I glare at him. Watch your tongue or you'll be leaving without it. A chuckle escapes his mouth. Let's just keep drinking. It's safer. Can't argue with that. I pour another, lift my glass, and clink it against his. Another round goes down the hatch. The alcohol burns in my throat, warms through my veins, makes my senses dull. I yank the bottle and my shot glass off the counter and weave my way to the living room where I plop down on the couch, releasing a loud belch. Vlad meets me and sits in the recliner opposite me, but he doesn't lean back. He props his elbows on his knees and continues giving me that intense stare down as if he's ready to interrogate me. I will get my guys on the details of tonight's shooting. I don't want to talk about work. My vision swims. Vlad rubs his forehead. His eyes are bloodshot, probably mirroring mine. No problem, but we should probably get ahead of Oleg before he does something really stupid. I try to bring Vlad's face into focus, but my vision's blurry with alcohol. He's already done a lot of stupid things. I know. I can't tell if Vlad is nodding in agreement or if he's nodding because he's drunk. You know, it's really messed up that Hazel left me, I blurt out. The truth is not afraid to come to the surface when one is impaired. Vlad's head tips up, but his eyes are glossy and narrowed as if he's trying to focus on me and can't. You say it like you were in a relationship with her. I tap my finger against the armrest of the couch. Nothing like that. Oh, Vlad frowns. But you still act like it's a loss. I explode into drunken laughter at his frown. Does that disappoint you? I just want you to be careful with her. You say you trust her, but... My spine snaps straight and I glare at Vlad. He's my most trusted advisor, yes, but he needs to watch his step. I do trust her, and it would be in your best interest to remember who you're speaking to. Vlad's face is flushed, but it's because of the alcohol, not because he's embarrassed. I thought you didn't want to talk about work. My jaw clenches. Can you not grin at me like that? Like what? He grins harder. Like that. I'm going to punch you, I say without a hint of amusement. His smile fades, his mouth dripping down his chin. I know it's not really happening, but my drunken mind is playing tricks on me. I sigh and lean forward, scrubbing my hands over my face. I need to go to bed. I thought we were going to drown our sorrows, Vlad slurs. I think we're managing that quite well, I admit. Vlad bursts into hysterical laughter. What the hell is so funny? I scowl. I'm in the mood to be an angry, mean drunk, not a free-spirited, light-hearted one. Vlad throws his head back and rocks in the recliner, his mouth open in a bellowing laugh. I roll my eyes. Will you shut the hell up, please? You're giving me a headache. What are you even laughing at? You're in love, Vlad exclaims. When he says it, my heart hammers in my chest so hard that it hurts, and all the blood rushes to my brain and makes me dizzy. My face is on fire like he threw gasoline in it and set it aflame. You're wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about, I hiss, scraping my fingers across my thighs. Calm down, Dave. What's so bad about being in love? Especially if it means you get a nice woman to warm your bed at night. I fly off the couch and march in Vlad's direction. I loom over him. He stops rocking and his face grows as pale as the moonlight. It's almost silver. Be careful what you say to me if you don't want me to pummel your face until it looks like a splattered melon. Vlad's skin glistens with a slick layer of sweat beading at his temples and above his brows. Relax, boss. It was just a joke. It wasn't a funny one, I growl. Vlad straightens in his seat. Maybe I should go. You're too drunk to drive, I tell him. I return to the couch and collapse. I release a long exhale, my body deflating. Vlad's apologetic stammer comes a moment later across the room. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I crossed a line. Don't worry about it. I close my eyes to keep the room from spinning. I overreacted because of the alcohol. I need to stop drinking. Vlad is quiet. I use the time to dissect what he said, as well as I can with an intoxicated brain. He's wrong. I'm not in love with Hazel. I barely even know her, and she abandoned me. No, that's not the right word. She quit. I meant what I said earlier. The Bratva life is not for her. It's for the best that she disappears from my life. I don't need to get involved with a woman, any woman. I have a business to run, and it's falling apart on me as it is, without female drama. The low rumbling sound of Vlad's snoring ruptures the silence. I count to 3 inside my head and lug myself to a standing position. I leave Vlad where he is, head tipped back in the recliner, arm thrown haphazardly over the side. I stumble down the hallway to the bathroom. My bladder is nearly splitting. I switch on the light and groan as the harsh vanity bulbs burn my retinas. I dig my palms into my eye sockets and try again, blinking into the mirror. My reflection reveals how haggard I feel inside. As I relieve myself, nausea spins into my stomach and almost sends me to my knees. The wall in front of me is cool and firm, providing me with stability as I lean over the bowl, taking slow, deep breaths. I close my eyes and wait for the swell of sick to fizzle out, which it thankfully does. I swallow the bile back down my throat and flush, fumbling with my hands on the wall to stay upright. I don't look in the mirror on my way out of the bathroom. The man who would stares back at me is not someone I want to face today. Alcohol is a temporary fix, but reality is pressing into the base of my skull, demanding attention. I squeeze my eyes shut and roar like a bear, clenching my teeth. Why does this woman have such a stranglehold on me? My pulse is too fast. Sweat and nausea makes my shirt cling to my back. I need to go to bed and sleep it off. I can't stand Hazel for putting me through this, but I hate myself more for allowing it. I don't have my father. I lost the support of the woman who I didn't realize until now was helping keep me glued together. My crew is in shambles. My best captain passed out cold in my living room. I'm losing control, and I need to find a way to fix it all. So, why do I miss Hazel to a point where it's becoming a physical pain starting in my heart and spreading like a disease through my body? I can't breathe without her. I'm suffering alone, a void in my soul that's becoming a crater in her absence. I'm drunk enough to admit to myself that I need her. I can't survive without her. But she hates me, and I'll never get her back. The only thing I can do is try to piece together an organization that's falling apart faster than I can keep up with, and pray that's enough. If not, this could really be the end of me.
Chapter 15. Hazel. I send another file to the recycle bin, then another, repeating the process over and over until everything I've ever written about David has been deleted from my laptop. Anxiety seeps into my bones and festers like a sickness. The blank screen stares at me as tears press into my eyes. My chin quivers, and I draw in a deep breath. It's shaky, but I successfully will myself not to cry. I won't cry over this. Not over him. David hasn't been in my life long enough to have the power to destroy me. I'm not the type of woman who falls apart over a man anyway. I've always been much stronger than that. Fiercely independent to the point of fault. This time, it seems to be working in my favor. I crack my knuckles and get a second wind of resolve. I pull up suggested articles, fluff pieces, clickbait stories about celebrities from a list Robert gave me several weeks ago. I read through the bits and sigh, wondering if this is really all I'm cut out to handle. I try to write up the piece, but I'm only 2 paragraphs in when the frustration hits me like a punch to the stomach. I can't do this, I say out loud, to no one. The response I get is the unyielding silence filling my apartment. I lean back in my chair and stare at the screen, at the ridiculous words I just wrote for the clickbait celebrity story. It's something I don't care about, feel no connection to, that I don't want my name attached to. I curse myself, Robert, and David. I don't know who I'm angrier at out of the 3 of us. I'm losing control of my life, of my choices, of my fizzling spirit. A well of tears successfully pushes their way to the front of my eyes, streaming down my face, hot and salty. My shoulders shake with sobs that I desperately try to suppress. But once the gates are open, they flow freely, breaking loose inside my chest. I stand up and scream. There's so much agony in it, I startle myself. I hate Robert for always pushing these silly stories on me, not letting me explore outside my comfort zone, always holding me back from my talents and potential. But then I hate myself even more because I insisted I be given more serious, hard-hitting, difference-making stories. Now that I'm in the thick of it, the pressure is too much, and I'm still going to fail. I hate to admit that Robert has been right all along about me. And I hate David for stealing my heart, for luring me into his bed, for taking my breath just by looking at me. The memory of him haunts me like a dark shadow following me everywhere, lurking just behind my shoulder. "Why are you doing this to me?" I whisper to no one, choking out the words, wishing I had the answers, wishing someone cared enough to listen. I can't even take my own advice, so why should I expect anyone else to? My hands, as if suddenly independent from my brain, pick up the laptop off the desk and throw it across the room. Another angry scream erupts from my chest, burning in my throat. My laptop slams into the wall. The crack and shatter noise afterward makes me shiver from head to toe, and I bite down on my lip until I taste blood. The laptop falls to the floor, the screen cracked, a mess of color dangling off the hinge from the keyboard. I turn away, unable to look at what I've done. I storm into the kitchen, panting hard, feeling like a lunatic, as if I'm watching myself from a safe distance, but unable to stop my actions. I climb onto the counter and rake my fingers across the top of the cabinet over the sink. My fingers find the box I'm looking for, and it crinkles in my hand as I pull it down. I stare down at the pack of cigarettes, as if it's my lifeline. Chest heaving, I yank open the drawer beside the sink and pluck out a lighter, then march to my balcony. I sag into one of the deck chairs. I got this set on clearance, and I love to read and have a glass of wine out here to relax and unwind after a long day. It seems like lately, every day is a long day, and there is immense stress to go with it. In this moment, I long for the simplicity of my life before I met David Petrov. More bitterness courses its way through my chest when I think about him. There are so many what-ifs going through my head. If I could go back in time and tell my past self to stay in the car and never go near that warehouse, I would. I light the cigarette and the flame burns orange as I inhale a long drag, closing my eyes, allowing the nicotine to give me an instant head rush. The smoke is acrid and little stale, but I don't care. I silently thank myself for not throwing out that pack of cigarettes and saving it for a rainy day when I really need it. The nicotine is slowing my racing pulse and dulling my thought processes. Exactly what I need right now. The street and traffic noise from below soothe my nerves as I take long, desperate inhales of the cigarette. It's exactly what I need right now. But in an annoying sort of way, it reminds me of David. He always smelled like the cigars he smoked, but they were a lot nicer than this little white stick of death clenched too hard between my trembling fingers. After a few minutes, I'm subdued enough. I pull out my phone and dial Veronica's number, half hoping she'll answer, half hoping I'll get her voicemail. I need someone to talk to, but I don't know what to say. I'm locked into a conversation, however, when she answers on the third ring. "Hey lady, how's it going with your Bratva boyfriend?" she chirps. Her words feel like a stinging slap, but I don't react. She doesn't know any better. Well, first of all, he's not my boyfriend. And second of all, I quit the story. "You quit the story?" The shock rings in Veronica's voice. My head droops. I couldn't do it. Do what? Now she sounds concerned. Did something happen? I glance over my shoulder as if someone is watching me. A tingling sensation whispers across the back of my neck, but I don't see anything or anyone. I made sure to securely lock my apartment and all the windows as soon as I got home earlier. But it wouldn't surprise me if David had one of his mobster crew guys follow me, if nothing else to make sure I was safe. "I can trust you, right?" I ask, lowering my voice. "Of course," Veronica declares, and there's not an ounce of hesitation in her voice. I stand up and walk over to the railing of the balcony. Peering down, there was an incident. Well, a couple of incidents that caused me to quit. Like what? Now I have her undivided attention. I tell her about what happened to me after the first encounter at the warehouse, and how David saved me. She already knows I've been staying with him, but now I tell her about how we went to the warehouse the second night, and another shootout happened. We narrowly escaped with our life. I flick the ashes off the balcony railing and watch them fall. "You aren't safe," Veronica says. "You have to call Robert and tell him you can't do the story anymore. Then call the police." I know, I chew my bottom lip. Everything she's telling me is something a sane, level-headed person would do. But I don't know if I'm either of those things right now. Robert doesn't know David's name, right? Veronica asks. Only you know that part, I say. And I'm counting on you to keep it a secret, at least for now. I don't know. My heart jumps when Veronica sounds reluctant. I think your safety takes precedence right now. I am worried, I admit, watching the stoplights change colors at the intersection down the block. About what? I exhale and grip the railing, contemplating for a moment what it would be like to climb it and jump. No, I'm not at that level of despair. Yet. I don't know. I signed contracts that I would keep his name out of it. As far as Robert knows, I'm just following tips, leads, and doing field research to get these details about the gun running in the city. He doesn't know I actually moved in with the guy, but it doesn't matter anymore. I went home. The adrenaline is still raw, and that's why all this is bothering me. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry you went through that. Not only once, but twice. That's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. I know you probably don't want to hear this, but if Robert knew you were in danger, he wouldn't let you continue the story. Robert can be an asshole, but I think deep down, he cares enough that he wouldn't want to put any of his staff members' safety at risk. I know she's right. The acid in my stomach is slowly building, inching its way up my throat. I choke it back down and gaze up at the hazy, light-polluted night sky. I don't know what to do, I murmur. It would be absolutely crazy to put myself back in a position where I could be shot at again. I mean, how stupid could a person be? But something is holding me back. What is it? Do you really like this guy? She asks. I absorb her words. I mean, he was kind to me. He is calm and protective. Veronica scoffs, but not that protective if he put you in the crossfire. He didn't know those guys would show up, I say, unable to hide the defensiveness in my voice. Look at you, already defending him. Her voice is gentle when she says it, but my stomach still sinks. I'm torn between my bravery and my motivation to finish what I started, or just going back to normal life where I know I won't be at risk of being shot every time I leave the house. Although, the whole reason David wanted me to stay with him was to protect me from those gangsters. It seems like they're everywhere. David told me I couldn't handle the Bratva life. Maybe he's right. He's used to gun violence. It's normal to him. How did you leave things with him? Veronica asks. With me screaming and throwing things in my suitcase and stomping out of his condo, I say with a dry laugh. She's quiet for a moment. What does that mean? I hold my breath. I'm thinking, she sighs. How did he react to you doing that? He was calmer than I was, I tell her. He asked me not to leave. But he did let you leave, obviously. She sounds relieved. He told me I was free to go, that I wasn't his prisoner. He wanted to take me home himself, I add, as if I'm talking him up. I don't know why I keep defending him. But you didn't let him take you home, I'm guessing. I shake my head. No, and he let me walk away. Just like that. She blows out a deep breath. It sounds very complicated. I laugh without humor. Tell me about it. Then he called me after I got home and begged me to come back. What did you say? Tears sting in the back of my throat, burn in my eyes. I take a moment to compose my voice. I told him it wasn't a good idea, that we couldn't be together. Be together? Veronica sounds shocked. Wait, did you sleep with him? My silence is enough of an answer. Veronica gasps. It's not what you think, I blurt out. I don't know what to think, she practically shrieks. Please don't judge me. I sit back down in the chair because my legs can't hold me up anymore. I'm not judging you. I'm concerned, though. Like, really concerned. I cradle my head in my hands. What am I going to do, Veronica? It sounds to me like he wants to be more than just your professional relationship, she says. We crossed that line as soon as our clothes came off. I wince. Do you regret it? I mull it over in my head for a moment. Not entirely. I mean, I told him in the heat of my anger that it was a mistake, but now that I've had some time to cool off, I'm not so sure. Do you want to be with him? On some level? Emotion swells in my chest like a heavy fog. I don't know how to untangle my rapid thoughts. After another pause, I say, I don't know. Want me to come over? She asks. And I know if I tell her yes, she'll be putting on her shoes before I even get the whole sentence out. No, it's okay. Are you sure? She doesn't sound convinced. Yes, I'm sure. It's late. I'll just see you tomorrow. Are you coming into the office? She perks up. I think so. Up until now, I'd gotten permission from Robert to work from home on the pretense that I would be doing work that might put me in vulnerable circumstances. He hadn't asked questions, just grumbled whatever, just get a good story before sending me on my way. That's exciting, Veronica chirps. I just think I need to go back to normal life right now, I admit. I agree. A change of scenery will do you good. Kind of like a mental and physical reset. Exactly, I agree. You're amazing. You always know what to say. That's why we're friends, she chimes. Then in a more serious tone, she says, if you need me, you know I'll always be there for you, to support you in whatever format that takes. I know. My frayed nerves are soothed by talking to her. Thank you for everything. I can meet you for a coffee before work, then we can go in together if you want, Veronica suggests. 7:45. The tension in my neck and shoulders dissipates somewhat. That sounds amazing. See you then, Veronica says. Try to get some sleep, and remember, no trouble lasts forever. There's always a way out. Life will return to normal, and you'll feel safe again. I'm proud of you for all you've accomplished. Tears well in my eyes again. You have no idea how badly I needed to hear that. And I'll say it over and over, as many times as you need. I smile, even though she can't see me. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, she says with genuine excitement. Maybe normal journalism isn't so bad after all. I've had my dose of danger, and it's time to go back to reality and put the Bratva in my rearview mirror. Then why is it that with every beat of my pulse, thoughts of David return? They are unrelenting, hammering through my brain, and I'm powerless to stop any of it.
Chapter 16. David. I step out of the bathroom. A thunderous boom vibrates through the walls. I stop in my tracks in the middle of the hallway just outside the bathroom door. What the hell was that? My voice is raspy from lack of sleep and too much vodka. Vlad emerges from the living room, shuffling on socked feet, his hair sticking up at the top. His eyes are bloodshot, and his face is pale. He blinks at me through glossy eyes. I thought it was you. I thought it was you, I say. Did something fall out there? Before Vlad can answer, another loud thud comes from the front of the condo. Vlad and I freeze, staring at each other. My heart crashes against my ribcage. Police! A male voice pierces through the momentary silence. Vlad instinctively spins on a heel toward the sliding glass doors in the living room, but he's too groggy with sleep and still too drunk. His motor skills fail him, and he trips over the rug, tumbling over the coffee table, glass shards spraying as he slams into it. He rolls off the side and hits the ground with a heavy thud. God damn it! I roar. The front door crashes open, splinters of wood flying everywhere from the broken door frame. I try to scream, but the sound gets strangled at the base of my throat. A sea of blackened metal swarms inside my apartment. In my drunken stupor, instead of bolting like Vlad just tried to do, a surge of anger sends adrenaline swirling through my veins. I leap forward, throwing myself to the middle of the circling men in uniform. Where's your warrant? I snarl, my fists raised, ready to defend myself and protect my home. Right here, one of the officers snarls right back, his smile without humor. His eyes are glaring slits. He holds up a piece of paper and shoves it at my chest. I take it and squeeze it in my fist, throwing the crumpled ball to the floor without bothering to read it. I send a glacial glare right back to him. What grounds do you have storming into my home in the middle of the night like this? The scathing smirk grows on the officer's face, and I have to use all my willpower not to pummel his face with my knuckles. But I relish the way the crunch of cheekbone would sound. Alcohol and fury send me spiraling into this urgent need to become violent. However, now that the police are in my house, Vlad gets a second wind himself and rushes up behind me. He tries to rein me in, grabbing my wrists and yanking me backward. Let go of me! I spit through clenched teeth. My fists fly, punching nothing but air. I'm clumsy and slurring. The alcohol sloshes through my brain, giving me a drowning sensation. My arms and legs won't cooperate and do what I want them to do. I curse myself for drinking so much. I know better. My job is too important, and I should never allow myself these mental slips. That's how much of a chokehold Hazel has over me, and I need to get myself under control. Forgetting her is in my best interest. I'm trying to help you. Vlad's voice is a low rumble, and his breath is hot on the back of my neck. David Petrov, you're under arrest for the illegal possession of a murder weapon used in the recent shooting of a judge. The rest of the officer's words fade out, and I hear nothing but a severe buzzing in my ears. In that moment, I see red. I charge forward, veins in my neck and temples straining under my skin. David! Vlad's warning voice shouts, but it's too late. I'm lumbering toward the arresting officers. One of them slams me so hard into the wall, an explosion of white stars bursts in my vision. Pain zaps through my head and I groan against it. Fuck you. Just comply. Vlad's urging voice rings through again. I didn't do anything, I shout. That's what all criminals say. A tubby officer with frizzy, carrot-colored hair laughs, as if he loves bursting into people's homes unannounced. Stay still, or I'll tact on a resisting charge, he adds, as I squirm in his grasp. A desperate fight or flight response barrels through my system. I snatch my hands away from him. The next several seconds are hands and fists and arms slapping, punching, and legs kicking. I hear the officer's breathing coming out sharp and rushed. The crackle of his radio hisses near my ear. Stand back. One of the officers yells. You need to calm down or I'm spraying you, another warns. But I'm too far gone, like a bucking bronco just released from his cage. My head hits the wall again and I see stars. I can't get him to settle down, one of the officers tells another in a frantic, breathless voice. Leave him alone, Vlad urges. I can fight my own battles, I growl. You shouldn't be fighting at all, the officer threatens. Congratulations, you're getting a resisting charge tacked on. I warned you. You think I give a shit? I bark out. Your lawyer's gonna have a field day with you, the officer cackles. Or an ulcer. Either way, hope you saved up enough of your blood money for that. Anger sends me leaping, but I don't get very far. A spray of something hot and spicy hits my face. Instant pain evaporates the air in my lungs. My face is melting off. My eyes incinerate into the back of my skull. I scream in agony and collapse to my knees, which sends another throbbing pain pulsing through my legs. I can't breathe. My throat is on fire and tears sting my eyes. Everyone is coughing and choking. The air is thick with the toxic fumes of pepper spray. The fight leaves my body. All I can focus on is the pain. The blurry form of a cop takes shape in front of my puffy eyes. He wastes no time while I'm in my pepper spray daze. He yanks my hands behind my back. Pain rips through my arm muscles and I wince, grinding my teeth. My nose smashes into the wall, my chin grinding into it so hard it starts rubbing off a small circle of paint. Cold metal pinches against my wrists and I hear the click of the handcuffs. An officer hauls my kneeling body to a standing position. Let's move, he barks. I'm innocent. I'm out of breath. My cheeks are burning. My eyes are on fire and my face is so swollen it's like I've just been stung by a dozen hornets. I'm stumbling over my own feet. losing my balance from my pinned arms and the alcohol coursing through my veins. The carrot head wrinkles his nose, his expression repulsed. "You smell like a bourbon factory." "This one reeks too," one of the officers declares, pointing a thumb in Vlad's direction. I scowl at Vlad over my shoulder as the officers try to hustle me through the door. "I'll call our lawyer," Vlad calls out, still cucking and hacking from the pepper spray. He's bending forward, his palms on his knees, drool falling from his mouth. "Do it quickly," I pant as I'm dragged out into the parking lot. The officer who had shown me the warrant for my arrest opens the back of the police car. The lights are on, illuminating the windows with a flickering blue light. The night is balmy. I'm sweating buckets, my shirt like a second skin. The cop pushes my head down and shoves me forward. "Get in." "Aren't you going to take me to dinner first?" I growl. He digs his fingers into my skull. "Stop making jokes and move." My knees buckle and I fall ungracefully into the back of the seat. I slide across the leather. It smells like sweat and stale cigarettes and armpits. A sudden and very urgent nausea makes my eyes water and sends bile crawling up my throat. I breathe in through my nose, swallowing it back down. "Been having fun back here?" "Smells like it." I grin with no amusement at the officer, slumping forward in an awkward position with my knees sprawled. I'm too tall to fit in the cramped quarters of this back seat. The officer glowers at me and slams the door in my face. His radio clicks on, static and voices coming through the speaker. He clicks it off and grips the steering wheel until his knuckles stretch white over his skin. He switches on the siren, and it blares through my eardrums, causing a shrieking headache to pulse through my temples. I squeeze my eyes shut and take a deep breath to calm my rolling stomach. Headed somewhere in a hurry? I smirk, but my lips sizzle with tingling pain. The officer's eyes slide to mine through the rearview mirror. His are red too, from the pepper spray. His face reflects squares of light through the metal bars of the cage that separates us, like I'm an untamed animal and he's my keeper. "You've got a mouth on you," he grumbles, adjusting himself in the seat. I do the same, and the leather makes a squeaking sound under my weight, sticking to my sweaty thighs. At the station, they send me through the booking process. I continue my sarcastic rows with them and watch with satisfaction as their jaws twitch and their eyes dart, avoiding making direct contact with me. "You should give me a penthouse suite. Or better yet, can I fix myself up? I don't think I'll like how my picture looks since you guys blasted pepper spray all over me." I croon as they shove my fingers into their print ink and direct me to the wall to capture my mugshot. You know, since I've been here before and all, I might as well take advantage and ask for some perks. "Fresh out of penthouse suites and perks, I'm afraid," an officer declares. He wasn't one of the arresting officers who was at my condo. His uniform is crumpled, and his eyes are rimmed with exhaustion. "No VIP treatment?" I click my tongue. "A shame. I can pay too." "I'm sure all you thugs have plenty of dirty money," he mutters. "Don't be jealous," I quip. "I'm not the one who's going to be sleeping in a cell tonight," he quips right back. "At the end of your shift?" I ask. "Tired from getting all the bad guys all day? Worn out? Going home to take it out on your wife?" He stops dead in his tracks, and for a moment, I fear I've taken it too far. But instead, he keeps walking, escorting me down the hallway to the holding cells. "Just shut your mouth," he orders. "I know you're smarter than you look." He throws me into a cell as if it takes the rest of his depleted energy to do it. He unclasps my handcuffs, and I rub the aching, raw skin, smirking at him. "You guys offer room service? I'll take a cold beer and an oozy, cheesy slice of pepperoni pizza. The greasier, the better." The officer rolls his eyes. Save the requests for someone who cares. He exits the cell, and the door slams shut with a click of finality. I swallow hard and stumble backward, trying to stop the room from spinning. I'm grateful for the miracle that I'm placed in a holding cell with no other people, but who knows how long I'll stay that lucky. I decide to take advantage and sprawl out on the metal cot on the wall in the corner, face down, my head splitting open. If this is rock bottom, I'm neck deep, I mumble to myself. I think about my father. He must be looking at me from the grave and shaking his head in disappointment. An intense wave of shame surges through me, boiling the blood in my veins. I take a deep breath. convincing myself to calm down. Vlad will be contacting the lawyer, and I'll be out of here by morning. I just have to hold on a little while longer. It's in my best interest to try to sleep it off, praying that I can burn off the alcohol quickly and won't have a searing hangover come morning. The image of Oleg and his gang of thugs thrusts itself through the front of my brain. It feels like someone rubbed a Brillo pad underneath my skin. I can't let him get away with this. Revenge is like a blaring alarm inside my head, keeping me going. Oleg will pay for what he's done to me, one way or another. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and I'll make sure he never sees it coming. In the end, he'll never forget what happens to people who cross me. I'm too tired and too drunk to form a solid plan right now, but I vow to get ahead of the game the second this haze of alcohol clears. I promise myself to never let my Bratva business spiral out of control this badly ever again. I have a reputation and a legacy to uphold. A thug like Oleg isn't going to send my castles crumbling.
Chapter 17. Hazel. 1 chai latte with cinnamon and vanilla drizzle. Veronica marches up to me and sets the hot drink on my cubicle desk. I exhale a long sigh of relief and swivel to face her. You're the best. She plants a hand on her hip, beaming, her dark curls bouncing around her chin. I know. I take the cup and clasp it in my hands, relishing the warmth it brings. Why is it that a warm latte can cure anything? Veronica shrugs. Her expression is casual and unbothered. I don't know. It's just the way it is. I'll drink to that. I bring the cup up to my lips and take a first, careful sip so I don't burn my tongue. Maybe we can meet up for more spirited drinks after work. Veronica arches a suggestive eyebrow. I like the way you think. I really think I need a drink with all this. I let out a groan of frustration, gazing at the ceiling. Veronica plops down at her desk beside mine, her brows furrowing. Are you still upset about the story? I look at her. You mean the story I didn't get to finish? She studies me. Don't look at me like that, I frown. Like what? Like you pity me, I say, pursing my lips. I don't want that right now. Or ever, really. Veronica's face softens into sympathy. I would never pity you. You're so strong. I would have called in sick indefinitely. I laugh. I don't know whether to be insulted or flattered. Trust me. She takes a sip of her own latte. It's a compliment. Well, thanks, but I really don't want to be working on this flower festival story. I yawn and roll my eyes. Boring. Oh, you mean you don't want to cover a bunch of plants who can't speak back to you? Her sarcasm is not lost on me. I laugh and rub my forehead. I don't know what's more insufferable. The plants, or the owners of the plants who can't stop talking about seeds and watering. It's work, Veronica reminds me with a gentle smile. I know, I'm not trying to sound like a brat. I trail off. Not really sure what to say because I'm not really sure what I want. Veronica taps a pen against the edge of her desk, staring at her screen as she says, No, I get it. I lean forward. You do. Veronica turns her head to look at me, and there's understanding sparkle in her brown eyes. Everyone around here plays it safe. Everyone but you. Her gaze is fierce, and for that, I applaud and respect you. Wow, I grin at her. You really are heavy on the compliments today. She rolls her eyes and shifts back to face her computer screen. Don't push your luck. I think I've been doing a little too much of that lately, I admit. You're still here, Veronica says, and I'm glad. Me too. I don't know how I would ever get through this job without you. Well, the story I'm covering is the celebrity piece you gave up on. She laughs. I teasingly toss a paperclip at her, which she catches in her lap and tosses right back. Yeah, but you love celebrity gossip, I remind her. I live for it. She winks. I want to tell her I wish I could be more like her, more carefree, more relaxed and comfortable in her own skin, in her work, in her responsibilities. Veronica lives her life in an unproblematic way, and she has little problems because of it. Maybe I should learn by example and try to sprinkle some of that mentality into my own life. I remind myself that sitting under fluorescent lights in an office cubicle is better than being dead under cold morgue lights. When I look at her again, she's chewing the pen top and staring across the room. I follow where her eyes are looking and land on Stephen, one of the new project editors. He's young like us, but he's been assigned to one of the lead teams, one that Veronica has been working on for several weeks. He spots us, and he beams, a friendly smile washing over his face. He waves in our direction before the copy editor approaches him with a binder, distracting him. When Veronica notices me looking at her, her lips turn pale. What? I give her a knowing smirk. Why don't you just go talk to him? Who? She tries to play innocent, but I know better. I nudge my chin in his direction. Chris Hemsworth over there. Her mocha cheeks splatter with pink, and her eyes dart to her lap. He's the team lead. I shrug. So? He's cute, and he seems nice. Veronica blinks at me. Have you talked to him? No, we just went straight to the bedroom. Veronica throws her pen at me. You're not funny. While laughing, I say. I beg to differ. He wouldn't be interested in me anyway, Veronica declares. And why not? You're beautiful, funny, and smart. I lean back in my chair. I'd date you. Veronica blows out a laugh. Oh yeah, I bet you would. But I'm too busy sabotaging my own dating life with Bratva guys. Veronica gives me a sympathetic smile. At least you're willing to joke about it. If I don't laugh, I'll cry, you know how the saying goes. Unfortunately, all too well, Veronica sighs, her gaze returning to the handsome hunk across the room, who has gone back to his work. Maybe you could invite him for drinks with us later, I suggest. And you could invite David, Veronica smirks. Okay, fine, you've got me. But you should go for it. After a pause, I say, really? Veronica contemplates. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. Well, we better get back to it. I slide my chair under my desk and face the laptop screen, placing my hands over the keyboard. I'm getting ready to focus when I hear footsteps behind me. Veronica and I turn at the same time to see Robert approaching us, holding his phone. My stomach jumps into my throat and my muscles tense. I sit up straight like I'm a child, getting ready to be reprimanded by their teacher. Ladies, Robert says with a nod. He's wearing slim-fit jeans, brown shiny loafers, and a pale green blazer over a chocolate-colored button-down with no tie. Hey, Robert. Veronica greets him for the both of us. Robert fixes his gaze to me, turning his phone screen in my direction. Did you happen to see the news? My eyes flutter to the screen, but Robert draws it back before I can read it, grinning like a lottery winner. That Russian Mafia boss who's so notorious for starting trouble around town got arrested. I freeze. My heart that had jumped into my throat sinks into my stomach and dissolves. Veronica gasps for the both of us, clasping a hand over her mouth. What happened? I find my voice, trying to sound as casual as possible, not moving a single facial muscle, not to give any emotions away to Robert. Robert leans against the edge of my desk, his eyes alive with delight. Got brought in for illegal weapons dealing. Says in here he put up quite a fight too, and got some added charges at the scene. I swallow, but my throat is made of sand. Can I see? Robert turns the screen toward me again, and I read the headline, trying to make sense of it, trying to bring it into focus. But it's real, and in large black font, as if the letters are screaming at me. My God, Veronica breaths out behind me. Hey, Robert begins, a pondering expression on his face. He presses his finger to his chin. Hazel, weren't you working on an article about this? I nod, giving him a blank stare. I'm too in shock to do anything else. My stomach is made of battery acid. Robert shrugs, chuckling as he stands up. Well, looks like somebody already beat you to it. He starts strutting away as if he just won a battle. My jaw clenches, teeth grinding together. Don't worry about him, Veronica whispers to me, bringing me back to the present. He's just being a jerk. I glare in his direction as he disappears down the cubicle corridor. When is he not being a jerk? Veronica sighs. You've got that right. It's just their generation. They are all on a power trip. It doesn't matter who it is. If I were the boss, I'd never patronize my employees like he does, I say. And your lips to God's ears? Hopefully you will get that opportunity one day, Veronica states. I'd rather just work for myself, I admit. Wouldn't we all? She chuckles, but it sounds rhetorical. My gaze steers to Veronica. Did you see how he was gloating? She nods emphatically. I told you. It's their generation. Power trip. She taps her temple. It's all messed up in here. Must have started from a young age. I snort. What's our excuse then? We were raised by them. Veronica sounds sad as she says it. There comes that naughty phrase, generational trauma, again. It's not naughty if it's true. Veronica is stoic. I chew my bottom lip. I feel terrible for storming out on David like that the other night. Veronica frowns. Why? It's not your fault. No, I mean, yeah, I know that, but still, I feel sort of, I don't know, guilty. You have nothing to feel guilty about, Veronica reassures. Do we need to go have that drink now, with lunch? I rock back and forth in my chair. I know you're just joking to make me feel better, but this really sucks. Are you going to try to reach out to David? She asks. And say what? That I screwed it up and I'm sorry he's in jail? My shoulders fall as I shake my head. Well, you said he wanted to put an end to the gun trafficking, right? That's what he told me, I confirm. Do you think he was set up? Veronica asks. It's possible. He had this guy who worked for him that had his own crew on the side. I got the sense that there was some bad blood between them or something. Maybe you could continue to work on the story. To bring justice to David, Veronica suggests. Be your own sleuth. Or his. Advocate on his behalf. If you really want to show him you're sorry, that's the best place to start. Yeah, I mutter, knowing she's right. My ears ring with David's voice calling out to me when I left his condo, and the pleading way he begged me to come back after he called me later that same night. I'm a terrible person. You're not a terrible person. You're just confused. You're a journalist. You can still make this right and clear David's name. You have the platform to do it. I take a deep breath of resolve. Thanks, Veronica, for everything. I'll always be here for reassurance. She winks at me. I turn back to my computer screen. Good, because if this is going to work, I'm going to need all the help I can get. I don't want to screw this up again. Veronica rises from her chair and stands behind me, massaging her fingers into the dents of my shoulders. Repeat after me. I'm a badass journalist who believes in justice for the right reasons. I repeat it like she asks. Now look at me. I turn and face her. She stares into my soul. Never doubt yourself, because if you do, others will start to do it also. Know your worth, and it's a lot. Always stand up for what's right. My eyes flutter closed, and I exhale through parted lips. I'm going to fix this. Somehow. While my eyes are closed, I picture David's lips on mine, his fingers running over my hips, my hands raking down his back, traveling through his hair, his tongue massaging against my own, a breathless groan escaping his lips. Maybe I need to go for a run after work or draw in my sketchbook. I've been so preoccupied with David and the Bratva life. I'm forgetting myself, forgetting my hobbies. What makes me relax? What makes me feel a sense of self? But right now, David needs me. And the more time that passes, I realize that I need him too. Chapter 18. Hazel. Are you sure you don't want me to go with you? Veronica quizzes, her forehead wrinkling with concern. We're standing in the parking lot after work. Everyone else has gone home for the evening. I shake my head. No, I don't want to get you involved in this. I'm already involved in this, she reminds me. Not like that. I don't want to put you in danger. I press the unlock button on my car's key fob. Veronica plants a hand on her hip. And how is it any better than you are putting yourself in danger? I clutch the door handle and yank it open, pondering. I suppose it's not. At least let me follow you in my car. I'll park a distance away. But if anything happens, I'll be there to help you. Or at least call the police. I stand behind the door, eyeing her, debating. It's not your worst idea. She bounces on her heels and claps her hands. I knew I'd wear you down. This isn't a fun mission, I warn her. She knots her fingers together and swallows hard. Yes, of course. I know that. And if I don't find Vlad in the warehouse, I'll leave. I put one foot inside the car. I need to get moving. The more I stall on this, the more I'll lose my nerve to follow through. Are you going inside? Veronica's mouth forms a horrified oval shape. No, but... Isn't this how you got caught last time? Her eyes narrow. I lick my lips and settle into the seat. Veronica comes up beside me, her arms crossed. She's standing in the door frame so I can't close it. I'm not going to get caught. I'm going around the back. I know Vlad's work schedule at the warehouse. How? She tilts her head. I hesitate before answering. David told me. When? Well, he didn't exactly. He gave me a rundown of what their counterfeit operations route is at this specific warehouse. It's on the edge of the city. Not the one by the bay. Veronica scratches her cheek. So, basically in the middle of nowhere. You don't have to come, I remind her. She doesn't skip a beat. No, I want to. I don't want to see you get hurt again. I won't. I try to give her a consoling smile, but it's not convincing. Not even to myself. But I know in my heart I have to do this. I feel a strong force driving me. So, Vlad isn't expecting you to show up? I crank the engine and give her another. Not exactly. I'm afraid to even ask this, but have you ever even met this guy? Not exactly, my new catchphrase. Hazel, she breathes out a sigh. I need to talk to him, I urge. It's important. David trusts him. He's his right-hand man for everything. He's the only option I have for getting in touch with David. Another option would be to go directly to the jail and ask to speak to him. Veronica gives me a knowing look. I called the jail. They said he was moved to a different facility. When I asked which one, they asked me if I was his lawyer. When I said no, they told me they couldn't give me that information. You should have said you were the lawyer, Veronica tuts. Yeah, maybe, but on the spot. I didn't want to lie just in case they can check for stuff like that. I'm not a terrible journalist, I swear. No one said you were. In fact, it's the opposite. You go above and beyond. I'm not sure that's a compliment. I smile. Veronica grins. Me either. You're definitely a little on the crazy side. Who doesn't love a little adrenaline rush every now and then? Veronica shifts her feet and looks down. I prefer different ways of getting adrenaline fixes. You know, like guys, or at a concert, or on a hike. I laugh. I've never seen you hike a day in your life. Well, I could start, Veronica chirps. I put my hand on the door handle to close it. Just follow me, all right? Do you know what this Vlad guy looks like? I do. He's popped up in my research several times. You mean mugshots? Veronica quirks an eyebrow. Maybe. My cheeks are warm. I don't know why I feel the need to defend him, or any of these Bratva Mafia men, but I know deep down they have good intentions, even if I have to keep reminding myself of that. Where are you going to park? She asks. At least a block from the warehouse. I'll walk the rest of the way. Do you have any protection at least? Her pupils dilate with worry. I pluck out my pink vial of mace from my purse. This gal right here, be careful. Veronica gives me one last glance of doubt before strutting off to her own car. When she pulls out of the parking lot after me, I take a deep breath and clutch the wheel, convincing myself all the while that I need to do this. I need to take risks if I don't want to be stuck writing clickbait stories forever. David needs me, and I need to show up for him and prove that I care. I can't ignore the problem, and I can't ignore him. I made a promise to him, and I need to uphold my end. If going to another warehouse is the only way to find Vlad and beg him to tell me how to reach David, then I'm desperate enough to do it. I call Veronica when we get a few blocks away, try to find street parking. Are you asking me to parallel park? She pretends to be appalled. I believe in you. I laugh. What if there are people around? Just do your best. Don't think about them. Great advice, she drones then. Oh, wait, I found a spot. Good luck. Same to you, she says warily. My heart bashes against my ribcage as I find a place to park a little closer up, and with my mace clutched in my fist, I march in the direction of the warehouse. I slink around the back, careful not to draw attention to myself, and wanting to stay out of window views. At the back, there's a loading dock. I stop in my tracks when I notice men moving heavy boxes from the loading dock to the back of an unmarked box truck. I backtrack, panting hard, pulse swooshing through my eardrums. I dig my heels into the back of the building, unable to move, peering up at the sky, mentally plotting my next move. A cold sweat breaks out on my skin. I count out a full minute, and when nobody runs around the corner of the building to snatch me, I brave a peek, craning my neck around the edge of the building. The men have their backs to me, but my heart drops when I notice one of them is Oleg. He's barking out orders in Russian to the others. One has a cigarette between his lips as he lifts a box with a grunt and disappears into the back of the box truck. Another is laughing on a cell phone, but quickly shoves it back in his pocket when he receives a reprimanding scowl from Oleg. I suppress a gasp when I see one of the men shoving contents inside a bigger box. It's the counterfeiting equipment, and the man is replacing it with machines I recognize from my research that are used for manufacturing weapons. My fingertips tingle with fear and dread. Oleg's trying to take over David's business while David is in jail. I push off the building and race back to my car before one of them spots me and ends my life for good. My heart hammers in my chest as I call Veronica and explain what's going on. What are you going to do now? She asks, her voice tight with worry. I'm going to go by David's condo, I reply. For what? Maybe Vlad is still there. Maybe there's a clue somewhere. Don't tell me you are going to break into the condo. Veronica sounds reluctant to participate. I'm just going to drive by and see if there's any activity. I know what kind of car he drives. If I see it there, I might knock on the door. The plan is coming into motion in my head as I speak it aloud to Veronica. I don't know if it's a good idea. It can't be any worse than what I just did, I say. Besides, I know Oleg won't be there. He's back at the warehouse switching out the machines. That's true. She trails off. Listen, while you were investigating, I got a call from my mom. She wants me to meet her for dinner so I can meet her new boyfriend. I suck in a breath. Yikes. Yeah, I know, but I can't tell her no. I've already made excuses for 2 weeks now. Okay, well, let me know how it goes. And same for you, she says. Call me if anything happens and you need me. I will, I promise. And I mean it. To my surprise and relief, I spot Vlad's car in the parking lot at David's condo complex. It's all the way across the lot, hidden under a large maple, but I know it's his through research. I park in the guest spot next to David's front door and will myself out to ring the bell. He won't hurt me, I mumble to myself, all the way to the porch stoop. My finger is made of lead when I press it to the doorbell. My knees threaten to give out any second. I hear someone moving inside, and then the lock clicks. As the door swings open, I hold my breath. Vlad stands in front of me wearing a wife-beater tank and loose black basketball shorts. His feet are bare, and his eyes are red from lack of sleep. He blinks at me. There's several days' worth of stubble on his face. I wring my hands together and find my voice. Vlad, I know who you are, he cuts me off. Eyes narrowed. David isn't here. I know. I read. Vlad's eyes slid suspiciously past me before returning. Who sent you here? Nobody, I reply, trying my best to sound confident. You came alone. His eyebrows shoot up into his hairline. I nod. I wanted to see if you had a way to get in touch with David. The knots in his jaw ease somewhat. He beckons me inside with a wave. When I hesitate, his eyes harden. I'm not going to hurt you. You are the one who rang the doorbell. Right. I try to laugh, but it's nervous, and I know he can sense it. These men are used to sniffing out fear. Their livelihoods depend on it. When we walk inside, it smells like a mixture of cigars and sweat. I was just working out, Vlad says, as if he can read my thoughts. I nod, unsure what to say. He sits on the edge of the couch and studies me. I pretend not to be intimidated. Why do you want to contact David? Because I miss him. I need to tell him I'm sorry, that I'm falling for him. I went to your warehouse, I blurt out instead. Vlad's eyes widen, and he almost looks impressed, maybe? Why? I thought I'd find you there. I'm watching this place for now. He gestures around the living room. I saw people there. I go back to wringing my hands. Vlad's eyes narrow again. Who? Oleg. Which warehouse, he asks, leaning toward me and frowning deeply. The one on the edge of town. Vlad runs a hand through his hair and groans. The one where most of our counterfeit equipment is housed. I explained to Vlad about what I saw Oleg doing with the equipment and how he was switching the machines. His jaw clenches and his eyes blaze with anger, but he doesn't yell and he doesn't move off the couch. What are you gonna do? I whisper. He takes a cigar off the end table behind him, lights it, then takes a puff. That isn't your concern. What about David and the machines? I shift my weight, trying not to appear uneasy. I don't want to make any moves without David, he grumbles. Do you know when he'll get out of jail? A trace of a smile curves the corner of Vlad's mouth. He draws in another puff from the cigar. His movements are similar to Vlad's. His eyes a similar shade of gray, almost as if they could be relatives. Why do you want to know? Do you like him? My cheeks burn and I take a step back, stammering, shaking my head. Relax, sweetheart. Vlad puts his hands up by his sides. I'm only messing with you. David cares about you. A lot. My face betrays me, gawking. He does? Not deep down, I know this already, but it gives me a head rush to hear a close source confirm it. Vlad exhales the smoke and stubs the cigar out into a tray next to him. Do you want a drink? No, I'm okay. I really can't stay. Vlad stands up and walks to the kitchen. When it's clear I'm meant to follow him, I pick up my feet made of concrete and move. He pours himself a shot of whiskey but doesn't drink it. He stares at me from across the counter, sending another current of unease through my bones. His gaze is confusing. Not as if he's attracted to me and wants to pounce, but as if he's trying to read my mind and discover all my secret thoughts. He swishes the caramel liquid around. It sloshes up the sides of the glass but doesn't spill out. The silence makes my ears ring. "He won't stop talking about you," he finally says. He won't. He won't tell me much about you. He's always kept his relationships private. But I could tell by the way he spoke about you, the way his eyes lit up, that he cares about you very much. I dissect Vlad's words in my head. Relationship. Eyes lit up. Private. My head is swimming. My heart rate beats like a drum. My gaze lifts to Vlad, and a smile breaks across my face. I can't help it, but I quickly make it dissolve. Does David have a lawyer? Vlad smirks at me, as if he knows the compliments David made about me boost my ego. We are working on it. David will be fine. He strolls around the side of the counter and stops in front of me. My breath catches. He's only an inch from me. I smell the whiskey in his glass, mixed with the cigar smoke of his breath. I swallow hard, unable to keep eye contact. He backs away with that plastered smirk. Thanks for the information about Oleg. What are you gonna do? He raises his glass. You ask a lot of questions. I clamp my jaw, offended. I don't want to tell him I'm a journalist. I don't know what David has told him about me. Relax, sweetheart. Don't worry your pretty little head about the details. That's for the Bratva professionals to deal with. But I can assure you, nothing will happen without David's approval first. For now, we wait. He tips his head and knocks the drink back in one gulp.
Chapter 19. David. Your move, I grunt out, annoyance seeping into my bloodstream. You think I don't know that? Knox cuts me a dirty scowl. It's difficult to register his facial expressions through his heavily tattooed face. Don't cheat either. I grind my teeth. Squares of sunlight filter in through the bars of the jail's rec room, where Knox and I are sitting at a table playing chess. It seems like all I ever do is play board games or read or mop the floors, all day every day until they sound the alarm for lights out. I never cheat, Knox declares. Oh yeah? I raise an eyebrow. How exactly did you get in here then? Knox shakes his head and props an elbow on a thigh, leaning forward, brows bridging in concentration. He puts a hand on a pawn but doesn't move it. The second you move that, you can't take it back. I point to it. I know how to play the damn game, he hisses. He hovers his fingers over the knight, his tongue sliding out of his lips. He moves it. Check. For a moment I pretend to be disappointed, sighing, putting on a show. Knox's grin splits his face. I move my queen to the empty space next to his king. Checkmate. Knox's face collapses. He picks up the board and all the pieces go flying. Nice, I drone. Congratulations, you're a toddler. You set me up, he shouts. I'm not picking up the pieces. I tilt my chin to the floor. Petrov, one of the guards calls out behind us. He started it, Knox and I both declare in unison. The guard grunts something under his breath I don't hear and begins waddling over to us, red-faced, beefy-necked. He winces with every heavy step. He has a lot of weight to carry. His keys jingle on his belt with every move of his tired knees. You're out of here. He nudges a thumb over his shoulder, looking at me. I stand up. I still have half an hour of free time. No, idiot, you're getting released, he explains, out of breath just from the 20-foot trek across the room. I am. I turn to Knox, who is currently crouching on the floor picking up all the chess pieces. If he doesn't, he'll get laundry duty. There's nothing Knox hates more in this world than laundry duty. You'll have to find a new chess partner. You cheat anyway, Knox grumbles under his breath. Filthy Russians. You're all the same. I pretend not to hear him because one wrong move and I'm back in solitary. I turn my back to him and start following the guard, strutting all the way. How'd I make bail? Lawyer, the guard grunts, sliding his key into the lock and twisting it. Get your things from your room. I don't have all day. I'm really going to miss your sunny disposition. I grin at him. His face reddens deeper, his lips thinning. You'll just be replaced by another smartass. Lucky you. After a month of being trapped inside this godforsaken place, with a few calls between Vlad and my lawyer, it's time to put this place in my rearview mirror. I grab my book and shower shoes, my few jail uniforms to be replaced with my real shoes and clothes. Then I march towards freedom. Vlad is leaning on the hood of the car, the sun glinting down on him. His cigar smoke curls a trail up to the sky. I spread my arms out and inhale a deep breath. Ah, fresh air. I reach Vlad and he stands up, clapping me on the back as we draw in for a brotherly hug. Good to see you at long last. It's been a minute, I agree. You look well. He pulls away, maybe a bit thinner. Well, all the cafeteria slop is so appealing I couldn't get enough, I joke. Vlad laughs and hands me a cigar. Congratulations on your release. I owe you, I say, and cup my palm around the end of the cigar to light it against the wind. You know we can't run things without you, Vlad says. True, which means we need to get out of here and get to work. I jump in the passenger seat. Where's Hazel? My stomach knots a little when I realize she isn't here to pick me up. Vlad cranks the engine, blowing more smoke out the open window. The only reason I ask is because Vlad told me he's kept in touch with her. She's been staying at the condo. My condo? I don't hide my surprise. Yep. Vlad nods, spinning the wheel as he backs out. Why? I've been talking to Vlad frequently enough that this should have been something he mentioned to me before now. Vlad glances at me. Just relax. I didn't want to stress you out any further than you already were. Why did she want to stay at my condo? I'm reeling at this information, trying not to lose my temper on my best captain, trying to understand why he wouldn't tell me this from the start. She didn't tell me. Vlad makes a right turn. You didn't ask? She told me not to ask her too many questions. Why didn't you tell me? I press. Like I said, you had enough worries on your plate inside, Vlad explains. I adjust myself in the seat, leaning back. That's something you should have told me during our first phone call. I didn't know how long she planned on staying. I didn't want to get involved. She acts cautious around me anyway. I didn't want to make her more uncomfortable. Did you stay at the house too? I grill him with my eyes. He briefly lifts his hands off the wheel. Don't take this the wrong way. I was staying at your condo after you got arrested. You know that already, so I could keep an eye on things while you were inside. She's the one who came to me. She knocked on the door. I didn't invite her over, but she looked so sad and desperate. She didn't seem afraid of me, maybe just a little wary. I decided to let her inside because it seemed like she really wanted to talk. I narrow my eyes. Talk about what? You, of course. What about me? My shoulders form a straight rod. She wanted to know how to get in touch with you. Then she said she wanted to stay with me at the condo. I gave her the bedroom. I took the couch. She's the one who decided to crash the place. I decided to stay there because she seemed a little paranoid. Did she ask you to stay? A muscle in Vlad's jaw jumps. He stares at the road. She told me she wouldn't mind it, as long as I gave her space, which I can assure you I respected. I grit my teeth. You definitely should have told me. Vlad looks at me again. She's crazy about you, David. She won't stop talking and fretting and worrying about you. Then where is she? I snarl. If she cares so much, why didn't she come with you to pick me up? Vlad sighs and rubs his jaw. It's complicated. I swivel and give him a hard look. He gulps. I swear, David, nothing happened between us. I insisted she go home. She insisted she stay. You can ask her yourself. She's at the condo right now. I take a moment to process what David's telling me. My brain is going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Drive faster, I growl. Wow, Vlad chuckles. You really are hard up for her, huh? You need to learn the art of thinking before you speak, I snap. I'm doomed either way, he says. Yeah, you and me both. You'll get your answers, boss, I promise, Vlad reassures. Yeah, well, I've been locked up for a month. Sorry if I'm a little irritable. You're allowed to be. Don't patronize me, I snap. Vlad looks at me. I promise you that's not my motive. I didn't do anything with her, didn't try anything. I respected her boundaries. She misses you. Trust me. I still can't understand why she would want to stay at my house. But Vlad assures me I'll know soon enough. Does she miss me? Is she too afraid to stay at her own apartment by herself? Did something happen? When Vlad gives me a confused glance, I add, did she say she was scared to stay at her place? Did someone from Oleg's crew try to hurt her? She didn't mention anything like that. The way he says it makes me wonder if there's something he's leaving out, but I don't press him because I'm getting frustrated, and I don't want to take it out on him. Besides what she saw at the warehouse, I ask. Vlad nods. I think that's what prompted her to go to your condo in the first place. I take deep breaths and count to 10 in my head. I can't afford to explode on my number one guy right now. He's the only one I can trust right now, judgment on women included. Try as I might, I'm unwilling to admit aloud that I have no idea what I'm doing with Hazel, and I have no idea what she wants. My stomach is in knots and my pulse is spiking. There's a sour taste on my tongue as we get closer. I hate surprises, I say. You know that. Just wait, boss. I sigh, resigned. I want her, and it's vibrating through my bones. An intense craving. Desire pulses through my veins, throbs between my legs, sends surges of excitement through my brain. I don't want to screw this up, I blurt. Vlad parks in my garage beside my car that is still there, unused in my absence. He doesn't shut off the engine. He looks at me, his eyes darker than usual. His face is cast in shadows. I'm going home to give you alone time to talk things over with Hazel. And just so you know, she has only been staying here a few days, not the whole month. Nerves jump under my skin, but I haul myself from the car and start walking toward the door. Vlad opens the car window. Hey, boss. I stop and turn around. Yes? Vlad has a somber look on his face which confuses me. I don't know what to expect when I go inside the house. Good luck. He puts the gear in reverse. I'll call you later in the week. We can figure out how to handle the little problem with our buddy. He doesn't say his name, but I know he's referring to Oleg. I tip my chin at him. Make it early in the week. You've got it, boss. He backs out of the garage, leaving me to face whatever awaits me with Hazel on my own.
Chapter 20. Hazel. I watch Vlad's car pull up. My heart is in my throat and my stomach is jumping with excitement and nerves. The sound of the garage door opening catapults me in that direction. I rush to the door when I hear David open it, gliding across the room, wanting to jump into his arms and let him swaddle me with a current of tingles. I'm desperate to feel his hard body pressed against mine, protecting me. He stands there at the threshold looking uncertain, a shadow over his eyes, and on his stubbled face. The angles of his jaw and cheekbones are sharp and steady. He looks like he's been through hell. I don't care. He still looks gorgeous, making me weak as always. I don't waste time. I've already wasted enough of it. It's time for action. Before he can say a single word, I spring into his arms and rope my arms around his neck. I draw him to me. His eyes are startled, but he leans in, receptive to my mouth that crashes into his. His stubble tickles my lips. His hands tunnel through my hair. He lets out a desperate noise. The frenzy of his tongue sliding into mine makes me shiver with arousal. We don't speak at first. It's just breathless, urgent kisses, the sound of kissing, sighs, moans. Our lips are glued together. His body fuses with mine. He makes another groan of longing. My heart patters against my ribs. His fingertips brush down my arms, sending tingles scurrying across my skin. Every kiss is more urgent and sensual than the one before it, sending a current of heat pulsing through my veins. A throb begins to stir between my legs, an aching of need that sends me spiraling. But I need to focus. I unhinge his lips from mine, panting hard. His lips are red from being locked with mine. We're both breathing as if we just sprinted. His eyes are gleaming, wild and fierce. I need to tell you something. I breathe out. David leans in again, like his mouth is a magnet to mine. His fingers twine with mine. I want you, he groans. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you. I try to pull him off me again, but he just tugs me harder toward him. You don't need to be sorry. I put you in danger. I will never make that mistake again. His voice is a low rumble against my ear. I want to be with you. I sigh against his lips. I missed you so much. I thought about you every second we were apart, he murmurs against my neck. Me too. I rake my hands across his shoulders. Why aren't you naked yet? He's getting impatient. His kisses are becoming more possessive. I need to tell you something, I say weakly, but he has me under his spell. Let's never be apart again, he whispers. I'd like that. I moan as his lips scatter kisses against my neck. He's sensual and tender 1 minute, then possessive and urgent the next. I'm addicted to it. He devours me in kisses again until I can't breathe. I'm swirling through the pleasure, completely lost in it. I'm craving you so bad, baby, he groans against my lips. Let me fuck you. I want you to fuck me, I moan. But I need to tell you something first. Tell me you want me, he says. Tell me what you want me to do to your sexy body. My heart hammers through my eardrums. David, please. He nips at my collarbone with his teeth. I need to touch you. I can't keep my hands off you. David lifts me by my hips and carries me to the bedroom, giving me greedy kisses all the way. He stops when he gets to the bed. He carefully puts me down and points to the box sitting in the center of the mattress. What's this? I clasp my hands together and sway in place, grinning, still reeling from the heat of the makeout session. This is what I need to tell you. I glance at the box that I've wrapped in polka dot wrapping paper. A present? His eyes widen. I shift, my stomach a ball of jitters. Well, I hope you will consider it a present. While Vlad was staying here with me, I asked him about David's avid record collection. I looked through all the records he has on his shelf and admired the way he has it set up and how expensive and elegant his record player is. I asked Vlad about David's favorite music and the Russian artists he listens to the most. Vlad helped me pick out the perfect gift. I lift it off the bed. For you. David takes it, curiosity etching his features, studying me as he carefully tears at the edges of the paper. His eyes widen when he opens the box. He slowly lifts out a white baby onesie with his favorite Russian rock star's emblem on it. What is this? He's half laughing, half shaking his head. I take his hand and squeeze it. This is what I needed to tell you. I'm pregnant. You're pregnant? He eyes me with shock on his face, a smile curving his mouth. Really? I nod, tears pooling in my eyes. Yes. I found out a few days ago. I asked Vlad about your favorite band, and he had this put on a baby onesie for you. Our baby can wear it. He looks at the onesie again, his mouth hanging open. His eyes are red and wet. This is the most amazing gift anyone has ever given me. My heart does a leap of relief. It is. David picks me up and spins me around. We're laughing and kissing, our tears mixing. It's euphoric, it's chaotic, it's pure heaven. I'm thrilled, baby. I'm going to be a father, he exclaims. I can't think of any better man to raise a child with. I give him a giddy smile as he holds me. He brushes the tears from my cheeks with his knuckle, a spark of excitement making his face glow. I hope our baby has your gray eyes, I tell him. He crashes his lips into mine again. There I go again, dizzy with desire at his touch. I'm ready to surrender my body to him. I hope she is as beautiful and smart as you, he says. She? I arch an eyebrow. You're already making guesses. Why not? I can spoil her, just like her queen mother. His laughter is music to my ears. This is the best reaction to a pregnancy I could ever hope for. I press my forehead to his. He's gazing at me as if he's torn between wanting to make gentle love to me or bend me over and break me in half. I crave both. I know it's been hard for you to restrain yourself. I stroke his cheek. Thank you. It was worth it for this, he says. Besides, I can have you forever now. As much as you like, baby, I promise him. Us together no matter what. Nothing can come between us, he adds. If we could make it through the hell of the past month, we can do anything, I note. I had a lot of time to think in jail about what I wanted, what matters most to me. It's not a coincidence that you were the focus of everything that went through my brain during that time. He sets me down on the bed and kneels before me. He strokes my thighs with the tips of his fingers, making me melty with desire. My hands travel through his hair. It's a surreal moment. We're basking in each other's presence, staring deep into each other's eyes. There's a rushing sensation through my ears, traveling across my body. Your face was the first thing I saw every morning in my mind, and the last image I saw before I fell asleep every night, I tell him. He straightens so we're eye level. His face hovers next to mine. His eyes burn into me, like he's engraving a part of himself into my soul. His lips are so close to mine that they start to sizzle with anticipation. A surge of adrenaline claims me as David collides his mouth into me, his greedy hands wandering up my thighs. This is the way it's supposed to be. Human connection was what was missing the whole time, and now I'm finding it in the heat of David's touch. Now there is life inside me, a work of art that David and I created together. I know with every beat of my heart, with the tangle of our limbs, with the rush of breath and fingertips grazing skin, it's just the first of many beautiful creations he and I will experience together. I took a leap of faith and followed my heart, and I'm getting rewarded for it in every kiss and caress he gives me. Me and David, it's us against the world.
The following scene is too spicy for YouTube. If you would like to enjoy the full unedited version, please follow the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you. Chapter 22. David. I'm standing on my condo porch smoking a cigar, waiting for Vlad to arrive. A few seconds later, his headlights stream a cone across the building, putting me in a spotlight as if I'm on a stage. Vlad parks, steps out of the car, slams the door, hits his key fob. The lights flash as the car locks. He struts over to me, tipping his chin up in greeting. I blow smoke up to the sky and stub my cigar out in the ashtray perched on the wooden railing of my porch. "Where's Hazel?" he immediately asks. I motion vaguely toward the house. "Upstairs. Sleeping. How are things with the two of you?" A vision pulses through my brain of her naked body pressing against mine, her moans and back arching as she climaxes when I bury myself inside her or slide my tongue across her swollen clit. "We worked everything out," I grunt, keeping the details private. Vlad nods and doesn't press me. "Where do you want to talk?" "Inside." I push the front door open, and we step into the foyer. "Do you want something to drink?" I ask over my shoulder. Vlad follows me into the kitchen. Yes, God knows I need it. "Been a long day?" I arch my brows as I pour an aged Russian bourbon into 2 glasses, then drop 2 ice cubes into each. Vlad sighs and rubs his jaw. "Well, yes, And I have some news you're going to want to hear about. About Oleg?
He purses his lips and nods. Yes.
I pick up my glass and Vlad does the same. We step into the living room and sit on opposite ends of the couch, facing each other. Tell me what you know. I take a sip from my glass. The alcohol goes down smooth, cold from the ice, but warms almost immediately through my veins. I'm on edge. There's no time to relax until I fix these problems within my Bratva. I missed out on a lot while I was locked inside. It frustrates me, but I know Vlad will give me all the information I need to know, and we will make a plan on how to react. There was so much we couldn't discuss over the monitored phones at the jail, and now I'm eager to get back on track with my business and bringing Oleg down once and for all. Vlad settles into the couch and clears his throat. Then he takes a sip of his bourbon, swallowing it down with a wince. Well, we need to track him down, obviously, but that shouldn't be difficult. He's using Bratva warehouses for this gun manufacturing he's doing. I mull it over, craving another cigar, but I don't light one. I drink instead. Any leads on where he might be? Vlad plants his elbows on his knees, leaning forward. Yeah. One of my crew guys told me Oleg favors the warehouse furthest from town. He's been spotted there several times within the last few days. How the hell did he take them over? I can't wrap my head around it. But I've been inside, and a lot of things have been out of my control. Vlad widens his eyes, staring at me. Violence. His preferred method for getting anything done these days. I swirl the brown liquor around. The ice clinks against the glass. My blood pressure is skyrocketing. I can't believe he ever worked for me. How could I not see the warning signs from the very beginning? It's in that moment I feel weak, or inferior, like I'll never be able to finish what my father started or measure up to the legacy he desperately tried to fulfill before he was killed. A vein in Vlad's forehead pulses. Sometimes people don't show their true colors until it's too late. They only want to show you certain parts of themselves until they can use you to get what they want. I set my glass down and growl. I will make sure he pays the price for betraying me. The police will be watching your every move, Oleg says. I made sure to watch the house to make sure there are no wiretaps, but we need to be very careful about how we approach this Oleg situation. The lawyer is working his magic to get the charges cleared, but until your next court date, we need to make sure you are on your best behavior, at least in law enforcement's eyes. I agree. I absent-mindedly scratch my chin. Pinning everything on Oleg is the best course of action. Working it behind the scenes so he has no idea it's coming. We can't just take him out. Oleg uses air quotes here. A murder will just come back to you, especially since the guns have been traced back to our organization. I grind my teeth. He has to go down. He's getting too cocky, and cocky means sloppy. He's bound to screw up at some point, and we have to be ready to strike when that happens. I can't believe I ever trusted him or allowed him onto my crew. Yes, but you need to be very careful, Vlad reminds me. Those warehouses he's using are still in your name. If anything else happens at one of them, it will be traced back to you just like everything else. The gears start turning in my head. I can't go back to jail. I can't be found guilty for something I didn't do. You know me. You know how badly I've been trying to steer the business away from guns. Vlad gives me a solemn nod. I know. You said make him pay, and I agree. Perhaps we just burn everything associated with the illegal weapons. A light clicks on in my head. I stand up and start pacing, getting the brainstorming juices flowing. We need to destroy all the evidence one way or another. Vlad's eyes are like flint and steel. I'm not sure if it's because he's excited or he's been drinking or both. He snaps his fingers. Exactly. It's the best way to clear your name and frame Oleg while he's working his own side hustle with the gun running. Or maybe he's doing this as his main source of income now. He might have other side businesses he's operating. We have to infiltrate it and destroy it all. Wiping out the guns eliminates the threat to me, I add. If the guns are gone, none of them can be used for violence. We need to hit him where it hurts and take his businesses down like dominoes. Footsteps come from behind us. Vlad and I both turn our heads at the same time as Hazel walks into the living room. She looks so beautiful it makes my breath catch. Her hair is falling over her right shoulder, and her cheeks are pink. She's barefoot and wearing tiny shorts with a t-shirt that says, "Don't sweat the small stuff. Run it off instead." "I thought you were in bed," I say, swallowing hard. Hazel's eyes pan between me and Vlad. She wastes no time pretending. "I overheard your conversation. I know a possible location for Oleg's gun running. It's somewhere you wouldn't know about, wouldn't even consider. He's hiding more from you than you think." Vlad's eyes narrow. "How would you possibly know that information?" I watch Hazel carefully, trying to understand that as well. Hazel looks at Vlad, then at me. Her eyes are bright, and her expression is alert, as if she's watching something exciting unfold in front of her. It's still tied to the Bratva. It's one of the places I considered going when I first started working on this story. I exchange an uncertain glance with Vlad. It's clear that he's waiting on me to make the decision. He shrugs. "Your call, boss." I lick my lips and rub my palms together. Let's go together. We need to burn all of it to the ground. And Oleg needs to be on his own turf when the coppers come plowing through, so none of it comes back to haunt me. He made his bed. He can lie in it and face the consequences that come along. Hazel's lips spread into a conspiratory, eager grin. I'm incredibly turned on by her resilience. I admire and respect her. She's carrying my child. I need to be around to protect her, and I can't do that locked behind concrete bars. "You want me to give you the information?" she asks. I look at Vlad when I say, "I'm ready. Let's put an end to this before it gets even more out of control."
Chapter 23. Hazel. "You know, I'm still upset that you went to the warehouse on your own," David says to me as we sit in his living room with Vlad, making a plan. It's late into the night, past 1, but I'm not tired. Adrenaline pumps through my veins. It's validating and exhilarating to be a part of something bigger than myself. The Bratva life has sunk its teeth in me, and I'm hooked. I'm excited to play a role in taking down a corrupt Bratva member. Helping clear David's name from the gun trafficking is my hyper-fixation of the night. My relationship with David isn't perfect, and neither is his Bratva career. But in life, there will always be hurdles to cross, and that's part of the thrill. I'm addicted to David in a way I can't explain. Veronica and I were talking about it the other day. I'm attracted to the danger that his lifestyle brings, but now that I'm pregnant with his baby, I need to tone it down a little and try to rein him in. Not in a controlling way, because I would never do that. But I'm acutely aware of the dangers now, and what it might mean for my growing little family. David has an operation to run, and I respect that. Maybe others would view it differently, but I don't view it as corrupt. Not the role he plays in it, at least. David is not the villain law enforcement automatically peg him to be. He has a business mindset, and a father he's still trying to impress, even from the grave. It makes me feel even more drawn to him, because he wants to accomplish something bigger than himself, too. He cares about his family, and he's loyal to those who stand by him, and wants to be painted in a different, more positive light. David deserves the world, and I'm here to make sure he gets it. If that means eliminating the threats and the enemies along the way, then so be it. I wasn't technically alone. I cross my legs and take a sip from my water bottle. Right. David rolls his eyes, but he's smiling. You just brought along a coworker who also could have gotten hurt or have gone to the police. I shake my head. She didn't come up to the warehouse with me, and she would never do anything I told her not to. But that's not what matters. What matters is, I saw Oleg at this warehouse with my own eyes, switching out the counterfeit machines with the gun manufacturing ones. David clutches the sides of his head as if he's trying to alleviate a migraine. We will go there last, if you think that's where we're most likely to find him. The crew is going to meet us at the empty apartment, Vlad mentions. There's too much heat with the enemies and the police to meet downtown. Remember, we still want to make it look like Oleg is responsible for everything we're going to do. It won't be hard, David says, especially because the police already know I'm at war with him. No, I shake my head. You need to look at it in a different way. Oleg is at war with you. You are the innocent one in all this. I meet his gaze and hold it. Never forget that. David stands up, takes my hand, and pulls me to a standing position. His mouth slams into mine, and lightning strikes through my body, sizzling me from my core. All right, Vlad chuckles. We have work to do. Save the celebrating for after it is done. Butterflies pelt through my stomach as we pull up to the apartment complex. David squeezes my hand. Wait here while I go inside. Miroslav will stay with you. Miroslav is driving the car. He catches my eye in the rearview mirror and gives me a nod of solidarity. I sigh deeply and nod, looking at David. Hurry back. David kisses the top of my forehead. I will. He and Vlad step out of the car, and I watch them walk toward the apartment. More nerves burrowing under my skin with every step he takes away from me. David will be fine, Miroslav tells me, looking out the window, not at me. He knows what he's doing. I know. Then after a pause, I whisper, Thank you. Miroslav looks at me in the rearview mirror again. He cares about you deeply. I smile. I've heard. When he laughs, I add, I care about him too. A crew of 3 other cars follows us out to the first warehouse on the list. My heart slams against my ribs and my face burns so hot that even with the AC blowing on my face, I can't find any relief. It's 2 a.m, the next night after we sat up late in David's apartment with Vlad putting the pieces of the plan together. We couldn't wait to act, because we don't know what Oleg's next move will be, and we need to stay 1 step ahead of him. Now that we're living the moment, it's thrilling to watch it all unfold, coming 1 step closer to David gaining his much-deserved freedom and peace to run his business. He stays in the car with me as Vlad runs up to the warehouse with the crew. Everyone is wearing masks and black clothing to blend in with the night. I hear Vlad giving orders in a low voice as they run toward the building. I turn to David. Why aren't you going with them? David's gray eyes shine under the moonlight. Vlad can handle it. That's why he's my top captain. I'm sure he appreciates the level of trust you put in him. David's mouth tugs at the corners like he's trying to smile, but the stress of the moment makes the muscles in his face too stiff to accomplish it. I trust him with my life, and the members of our crew do too. Speaking of life, I trail off, glancing down at my stomach. If I squint my eyes just right, I can see a tiny bump starting to form, making it poke out just a little, below my navel. David instinctively cups his hand over my stomach. His skin is warm. My pulse quickens, and suddenly I'm very hot again. David spreads his long fingers out over my belly, pressing gently. I can't wait to see you with a big, pregnant tummy. A deep laugh rolls from inside me. I love being close to him. He makes me feel so safe and comfortable. His torso is strong, his arms are thick, and his chest is the perfect pillow at night. He's my pillar in everything. He grounds me, keeps me centered on what's most important. David's expression turns soft and distracted. He gazes out the window. That's why I really stayed in the car with you. I feel myself frown. What do you mean? David is still staring out the window when he says, I can't take the risk right now of something happening to me. The thought of you being alone and raising the baby by yourself is too much to bear. My throat feels very tight suddenly, and my arms are heavy like lead. I would be lying if I said I didn't sometimes resort to these terrible thoughts myself. And when it happens, it causes me crippling anxiety. But David's face is twisted, almost as if he's in pain, and I know I need to pacify him. So I put my fingers on his chin and pull his face toward me. At that moment, a huge fireball of orange blazes through the inky night, and I know the first warehouse of the night is going up in flames. The car windows are open so David can hear what's going on with the crew. The heat from the fire touches my skin, making me feel wild and passionate. The glow of the torched building reflects in David's gray eyes, making them appear as if they are on fire too. "Hey," I whisper, my throat dry. My hands are sweaty as I press them to David's. He's looking at me as if he's waiting on me to cure all the internal torture he's ever felt. "I'm going to write a story," I begin, "where your bravery, your selflessness, and your glory will be known by everyone who reads it. You will own this city in a new way once it's complete. Don't worry about the warehouses. You can find a new location to operate, and you have the Bratva's support." David's eyes shimmer. "You are the most amazing woman I've ever met, Hazel." I love it when he says my name in his sexy Russian accent. I know my boss Robert isn't going to like the new spin on the story, but I don't care anymore. He doesn't know David. He doesn't understand how much he means to me. It's not important to me anymore to impress Robert. From now on, I will do things for my own mental health and for the heart of my creativity. Not some boss who wants to control me and keep my career stagnant and boring. David. I trail off and lick my lips. His eyes search mine. I wait a beat, finding my voice, forcing the words out that I've felt for longer than I realized. Until now. "I love you." David's hands are on the back of my head. His fingers are in my hair. His lips are fusing with mine. His tongue glides into my mouth. He whispers against me. "I love you too. I've always loved you, since the beginning." I don't know what he means by that. If it's rhetorical, or in a past life, or in a soul-bonded way, it doesn't matter to me. I'm here for it all, the good and the bad. Shouts and flames and chaos swirl around me, but it's beautiful in an almost cinematic way. I float through the epicenter of my emotions, and I know then, fate is placing me right where I need to be.
Chapter 24. David. I want to come with you. Hazel's eyes are like spiky, sharp ends of a blade. I love you so much, and that's why I can't let you do that. I tell her gently, but firmly. We're sitting in the vacant apartment together, as my best crew goes through a rundown on where to strike Oleg next. "You let me come with you to the other warehouses," Hazel reminds me. I glance over my shoulder. Everyone is busy working and talking. I take Hazel's hand. "Follow me." We walk into the empty bedroom, and I close the door so we can talk in private. Hazel's expression is carved from stone. "Please don't give me a hard time about this," I tell her. Hazel looks away, staring at the wall. "I'm the one who leads you to where Oleg is doing most of his manufacturing. That's why I can't let you go back there. It's too dangerous. You don't know what he's capable of." "I do know. I've seen it," Hazel argues. I place my hands on her stomach, which is already starting to swell, changing every day with growing life. I'm looking at her stomach when I say, "You should consider the baby now. It's not just about you, or even me anymore." When I glance up and meet her gaze, I see the spark of understanding brightening her eyes. "What about you then?" she quizzes. "You're going to be a father. Should you really put yourself in this danger either by confronting Oleg? You know it will end in gunfire." I lift my gaze to the ceiling and release a long exhale until there is no air left in my body, like I'm a crushed soda can. I look at her. "I need to go, Hazel. I'm the boss." "Well, I'm coming." Her defiant voice dares me to argue. "I hate it when you act like this." I don't say it unkindly. She wrinkles her nose at me. And I hate it when you tell me what to do. I scoff. Don't act like a brat. Don't treat me like one of your men that you can boss around, and I won't. Her voice matches the anger in her eyes. I reach for her hand, surprised when she lets me hold it. I study the frame of her face. We're in the dark, but my eyes have adjusted to it. Her gorgeous cheekbones and piercing eyes captivate me in a way that disorients me, like being in a dream. I'm sorry, I whisper. She sniffs, but she's not crying. You shouldn't call me names. I didn't mean it. I squeeze her hand. Hazel's eyes are wide like a sad puppy. Every bone in my body is going to break under the weight of how much I love her. Make it up to me by letting me come along, she urges. Maybe I'll just stay here with you. It's the only compromise I know how to give to make her listen to me.
Her mouth hangs open. What?
I'll just send Vlad. He knows what to do. You saw how well he handled the destruction at the other warehouses. Hazel screws her eyes shut and shakes her head. No, you can't do that. Why not? Hazel starts chewing on her thumbnail. Her eyes are nervous, skimming over me as if she's afraid I'm going to walk out the door never to be seen again. Her fears are valid. I just don't have time to argue with her about it. Vlad might miss something important, she declares, as if her statement solves everything. When I open my mouth to protest again, she starts talking quickly. Think about it. I saw these weapons being manufactured with my own eyes, and Oleg was there. I was originally going to write an article about gun trafficking. I'm already involved, David. Her hands are clammy and warm, wrapped in mine. I need to be able to take pictures, especially of Oleg there and running the illegal trade. It will help clear your name, David. I contemplate. The room is quiet, absorbing the millions of thoughts between us that we aren't saying, like they're being sucked through a vacuum. I feel myself caving under the pressure. Are you sure you don't want to just stay here with me, where we will both be safe for the little one? I cup my hands on her belly, then lean down on my knees and kiss her navel, stroking her stomach. Hazel puts her hands on my shoulders. She's looking at me very fondly, but her mouth is upturned in a strange half-smile. She brushes her fingers through my hair. A buzzing sensation vibrates through my muscles, and I let out low groan, allowing my eyes to briefly close. I love you. We'll be safe, I promise. We survived the hits at the other warehouses, didn't we? I open my eyes. That was different. Oleg and his men weren't there. David, you need me for the evidence. You can protect me, and I trust you to do that. Her eyes blaze with a passion so fierce it makes my head spin. I'm still on my knees in front of her. I lift my chin and gaze into her beautiful face, hoping tonight won't be the last night I will ever see it. Hoping that this won't be the last time my fingertips will have the luxury of grazing across her warm, soft skin. All right. I blow out an exasperated puff of air. We'll both go. We'll ride over with Vlad and meet a group of men I already have stationed nearby. They're waiting for my clearance on the ambush. Hazel's smile is almost giddy. I take back what I said before when we were fighting, I tell her. What? She frowns. When I said you weren't cut out for the Bratva life, I was wrong. You belong. You have a storm inside you and it's memorizing. Sometimes relentless. Hazel beams. Her face is radiant under the moonlight framing her face, spilling into the room in squares of silver. At least you realize it now, she hums, her lips inching towards mine. Her breath is warm on my face. Her mouth flutters against my mouth. A euphoria so paramount surges through me I get dizzy. This woman has a complete chokehold over my emotions and I love it. I lift her in my arms, hugging her tight to me. Our kisses are indulgent. She moans softly against the back of my ear. I love you, she whispers. I love you too. Now let's go. We're out of time. In the car outside the warehouse, we're cast in shadows. I turn, addressing Hazel and Vlad. Hazel wants to be responsible for handing over the information to the police after tonight. She's the journalist. They'll take her seriously and won't suspect her involvement. I pause and look at her. Not that you're involved, really. Hazel chews on her thumbnail again. I'm surprised there's anything left of it. Well, not in the illegal aspect anyway. Vlad shifts in his seat. What kind of information? Well, for starters, I'm going to be taking pictures, Hazel explains. From a distance, I add. Yes. Hazel nods slowly. And I'll give them information from what I saw when I came to the warehouse by myself. Just so you know, I begin, clamping my hand on her thigh to feel its warmth, and because I need it to ground me. You don't have to do any of this if you don't want to. Hazel still has that motivated gleam in her eye. I want to do anything I can to erase these charges from your record. I lean in and kiss her again as if my life depends on it. Maybe it does. Kissing Hazel is like breathing air. I whisper in her ear so only she can hear me. When this is over, I am going to be the best father and most attentive partner. There is magic in her eyes. Her palm presses flat against my cheek. Those qualities are already woven into your soul. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I swipe to answer. One of Vlad's crew captains says in a gruff voice, "They're here. Thanks. We'll be there in a minute." I look at Vlad. Oleg and his men are inside, ready to do this. Vlad cocks his pistol. I hate that we must resort to violence, but Oleg will be prepared. Using guns is more about survival than anything else. Vlad's jaw is razor sharp enough to cut through glass. Let's take them down one by one, so they'll regret ever betraying us.
Chapter 25. Hazel. David opens the car door. He turns around before he stands up, a mixture of hesitation and resignation blending into his features. He cradles my face in his hands. I feel the dampness on my cheeks. He wipes away my tears with the pads of his thumb, then leans in, pressing his lips to mine. This time, the kiss is soft. It's not goodbye, I whisper to him. Go do what you need to do. Save us all, David nods. Vlad is already storming the building with his men. Fights are breaking out. Yelling echoes through the darkness. If you hear gunshots, do not get out of this car, David warns. His eyes scan my face. Promise me, Hazel. I'm nodding before words form. I promise. Now that we're in the thick of it, I'm too scared to argue. Just take pictures from the safety of the car, he says. If anything happens, if any of Oleg's men come after you, run. Call the police and run. I'm nodding like my head is being controlled by a marionette. I will, I promise. My pulse thunders through my ears as David rushes into the building. I'm by myself. Miroslav joined David and Vlad in the attack. I roll down the window and point my camera lenses at various targets. The warehouse, the unmarked box trucks for transporting guns, the machines manufacturing them, several crates piled high with contents I can't make out from this distance. I zoom in as close as I can. I'll examine the photos later, hoping I'll spot something useful. My heart rate spikes with excitement. We're so close to victory now. I'm gaining a ton of evidence in these photos, adding to the bulk of what I've already obtained in my research logs. I'd taken a few quick snapshots at this same warehouse when I came here by myself, which reinforces what I'm finding tonight. I can't wait to present these to Robert and watch his jaw drop in shock. He doesn't even know the mountain of gold I have to make this a story of the year. He'll regret taking me for granted. This concept makes me feel fearless and invincible. Then I spot David. He's a blur of limbs and strength and height. Gunfire pops inside the warehouse. I bite my lips so hard I taste blood. I choke down the scream rising in my throat, then clamp a hand over my mouth. My palm is moist and tastes like salt. Pressure builds in my brain, adrenaline fusing to the bones in my skull. I'm struggling with a sense of helplessness as I watch David tussle in the dusty, unpaved part of the parking lot. David's fist slams into Oleg's stomach. Oleg stumbles back, sending a plume of dirt around his ankles. Oleg recovers quickly and charges David again. More gunfire pierces the night. I squirm in my seat. watching my Bratva boyfriend pummel his enemy to the ground. I gasp as Oleg crashes his knuckles into the side of David's jaw. David's eyes bulge and his mouth hangs open. He looks pale in the glow of the warehouse floodlights, his head swiveling from the crushing blow. David collapses to the ground, his shoulders digging into the dirt as Oleg leaps on top of him, pinning him to the ground. David lifts his knee and barrels it into Oleg's side. Oleg's fist smashes into David's temple. David's eyes close. For a moment of horror, I'm afraid he's been knocked unconscious. David's eyes bolt open, and he's grinding his teeth. The veins and tendons in his neck straining as he tries to wrestle Oleg off him. A bullet whizzes by David's head. He ducks down. The air in my lungs fizzles out. My body evaporates. David is on the ground again. "Get up," I whisper as hot tears streak down my cheeks. "Please, David." Ugh. After another moment, David blinks and looks at Oleg still looming over him. Fury blazes in both their eyes. The contempt between them is going to end here. Someone is going to die. I screw my eyes shut and pray it won't be David. Another gunshot makes my eyes dart. It's louder this time, closer. Ice scales my spine, making me shiver. Fear immobilizes me. Oleg's eyes are vacant. His jaw is slack. His body drops like a lead weight on top of David. David sputters. Blood spackles his shirt and face like paint. Everyone is dead inside. The voice is Vlad's. He's framed in the light, standing just outside the doors leading into the warehouse. When he sees David, he charges across the lot and collapses to his knees in front of him. Oleg's limp body lays on top of David's chest, his arms and legs sprawled out like a starfish. Vlad lifts Oleg's lifeless form from David's torso. David is panting hard. My hand clutches the door handle, swinging it open. My legs are a force of their own as I sprint across the parking lot. I crumple by David's side. "I'm okay," he stammers, still looking a little gray. His bottom lip is bleeding, and his left eye is starting to swell. Vlad's eyes are huge. He's breathing fast. We swarmed them. We took down all of Oleg's men. David tries to smile, but it's more of a grimace. He props himself on his elbows, the expression on his face a little disoriented. I touch his face. Beads of sweat mix with a film of dirt, and a layer of smudged blood on his cheeks and chin. I swipe them away with my thumb. "It's okay, baby," I whisper. "You're safe now. You did it." "We all did it," he pants, licking his lips, looking at Oleg's body, which is laying face up next to him. I catch a glimpse of Oleg's dark eyes, staring up at the black sky. 2 empty vessels. I turn my head away. I breathe in through my nose to quell some of the nausea, cresting like waves in my stomach, but the air smells like sweat and gunfire and blood. Vlad and I help lift David to his feet, as some of his men start stumbling out of the warehouse with dazed expressions. Some of his guys are busted up very badly, bleeding, bruises blooming on their faces, gashes sliced across exposed skin, shirts ripped open. I swallow down another aggressive swell of sickness and press my face to David's hard chest. He kisses the top of my head. "You're not hurt, right? The baby is okay?" I lift my chin and offer him the most reassuring smile I can manage. "We're fine." David exhales through his teeth. "Thank God." I was so worried when I saw you and Oleg brawling like that, I admit. David's eyes gleam to Vlad. I might not have gotten out alive if it wasn't for him. Vlad gives David a stoic nod. "I did what I had to do, boss." I swallow hard, realizing that in the chaos, Vlad was the one who fired the fatal bullet that hit Oleg. I knew it had to be this way in the end. Either David or Oleg as the last man standing. Thank God you were there, I whisper, my eyes meeting Vlad's. He gives me a quick nod of approval. Did you get the pictures you need for the police? I tap my camera with one finger. Yes. Even though Oleg is dead, I have the pictures to prove he was the mastermind behind all of this. We can use the research I've obtained and hand it all over to the police. I'll explain the findings, and hopefully David's name will be cleared. Vlad clears his throat and shifts his weight. The fires at the warehouses can be traced back to Oleg, too. All his men are dead, and our guys will never talk. We're in good shape to pin it all on him, since it's well known by law enforcement that there was already bad blood between the Bratva crews. They know you wouldn't sabotage your own warehouses, David. We'll let them think that anyway. I grin at David. David's eyes shine in the moonlight. What a relief. I couldn't have done it without either of you. I love you. I turn to face him, hugging him close. You're a loyal man who deserves to be cleared of something you had nothing to do with in the first place. You'll be a hero to our baby, because you're one to me too. He smiles and pushes my hair back. I love you so much. Fate brought us together. I know that now. Pride takes root in my body and branches out. With the war behind us, David and I have so much to look forward to. Chapter 26. Hazel. I strut into my office, breezing through the rows of cubicles. A few heads snap up in my direction, eyes widening as my coworkers notice me. I'm wearing a skin-tight red dress that hugs my hips and stops mid-thigh. It's not appropriate work attire, but I don't care. I don't plan on staying here long. I straighten my posture and lift my chin, a small smirk curving the edges of my mouth. I keep my focus straight ahead. Whispers rouse and stir behind me, but I ignore them, leaving them in my wake. Let them talk and gossip. It makes no difference to me now. I have bigger goals to accomplish today. I round the corner. My heart skips when I see Veronica, right where we plan to meet in front of the supply closet that nobody ever uses. A small gasp escapes her lips, and her eyes shimmer with admiration. Wow, gorgeous, Mama. Do you really think so? I glance down at myself. I'm feeling a little self-conscious because of my baby bump, but I manage to stay poised on my walk through the main floor. Veronica's enthusiasm is all the reassurance I need. No, you pull it off well. You're glowing. I blow out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. I rub my palm over my dress and give her a sheepish look. I'm nervous. Veronica closes the space between us and puts her hands on my arms, her eyes linking with mine. You have nothing to be nervous about. You are so smart and strong. I want to be you when I grow up. This makes me laugh, but I say, this is Robert we're talking about, Veronica. Self-doubt is insects crawling under my skin. She shakes her head. Cross him off your list. You've worked hard. Put your life on the line. Literally. You've earned this. You're in love, and you deserve the world. I rope her into a tight hug. Her curls tickle my cheeks. You're such an amazing friend, V. Your support means everything to me. She pats my back. Just promise you'll keep in touch and meet me for a dinner and drink sometimes. When we pull away, we're both sniffling. Absolutely. You're one of my closest friends. Veronica beams. Now go knock them dead, girl. You own the room in that dress. My pulse spikes. All right, you've hyped me up. I'm ready. You are the moment, she calls out as I walk away. Standing at Robert's office, my nerves threaten to pull me under. I'm sweating. I remind myself there's a bigger picture to focus on now. Without knocking, I strut into the room, hips swaying, smirk back in place where it belongs. Robert looks up from his desk. When his jaw drops, I ascend to the sky. He blinks at me as if he's just waking from a dream. It's a vision I'll cherish for a long time. Hazel. Hi, Robert. What's going on? He doesn't try and mask his confusion. I just wanted to give you this. I toss a thick manila folder on his desk in front of him. He looks at the folder, then up at me. What's this? My dedication to the story, I explain. A real story. He tries to give me his power trip frown and his chastising chuckle. Does this have to do with that Bratva boss? His name is David, I say. Don't worry. This will be the most trending story of your entire career. You're welcome. He straightens his shoulders, his jaw ticking. I'm assuming you want the credit. Now it's time for me to turn the snide laughter around on him. He has no power over me anymore. I don't want anything from you, Robert. I quit. Robert's face drains of color. His cheeks are sallow, his lips thin. He opens his mouth, closes it. Before he can stammer out something snarky to me, I whip around, turning my back to him forever. I walk out of his office, my shoulders heavy with the emotion of all the times I've had to leave with tears brimming. Discouraged, feeling like my potential had just been crumpled beneath Robert's controlling fist. When I walk out of that room for the final time, all that weight leaves my body and it's like I'm rising on a cloud. Let Robert have his story. The police have their case. My work here's done, and I get the biggest prize in the aftermath. David, my Bratva hero, my loyal and attentive, nurturing and loving, big bear of a man who would stop the world from spinning to protect me, and our little bundle of joy on the way. I don't have time to stop by Veronica's office because David is waiting for me downstairs. But when I get to the lobby, I send her a text. I did it. I'll call you soon. I slide my phone in my purse and take a deep breath, shaking with adrenaline and exhilaration. David is parked on the side of the building in his white BMW. When he sees me, his brow furrows with worry. How did it go? I jump into my seat and toss my hair off my shoulder, grinning and giddy. I lean over and give him a long, deep kiss. His eyes glaze when I pull away. It went great, I chime. I told him I quit. David smiles. Good for you. They don't deserve you. But you do. I clamp my hand over his on the gear shift. He shakes his head. No one deserves you. You're too perfect and beautiful. He glances at my stomach and places a loving hand over it. And our baby will be too. I'll do my best to give you both the world. I look him in the eye when I say, you already have. David hits the gas and we're off. I leave my office in the rearview mirror, moving on to a better life. It's not always about being respected and appreciated, although it's nice when it happens. In the end, the most important thing is to make a difference to the people you love and show it in everything you do. Epilogue. Hazel. Buckwheat pancakes sizzle in the pan on the stove. I push the spatula underneath a hot, bubbling one and flip it, smiling at David who's standing in the living room putting on a record. These types of pancakes are his favorite. I've mastered making them, and this one is perfectly golden brown. After a moment, the crackle of the record player begins, and Russian music fills the house, along with the sounds of our daughter's giggles. I glance over the counter and find her little curls bouncing from her pigtails. David chases her around the couch, indulging her in her favorite game. She has so much energy, it makes my head spin sometimes. Motherhood is beautiful, remarkable, wonderful, and exhausting. She stops by the entrance to the kitchen, and David scoops her into his arms, swings her around until they're both dizzy, and she's squealing with delight. Then he blows raspberries onto her little tummy while she wiggles and cackles. I watch them for a moment, smiling, scooping up the pancakes that are ready and placing them on a plate beside me. "It smells great, baby," David calls over his shoulder as he sets down our little girl, Anya. She just turned 2, and she's adorable and full of life, and already bringing so much joy to our lives. "Thank you." I return his smile. I crack a few eggs into another skillet to fry, David's other favorite breakfast food. But for some reason, my stomach is unsettled, and the smell of the eggs doesn't agree with me this morning. My mouth fills with saliva, my throat constricting. My stomach churns. I look away from the eggs, willing myself not to be sick in the sink. My heart races. My hands are clammy. I wipe my palms with a dish towel. David frowns, his forehead creasing. He wanders over to me and places his hand on my lower back, kissing my neck from behind. He places his chin on the dent in my shoulder. "Everything okay, sweetheart?" he murmurs close to my ear. I nod, drawing in a deep breath, concentrating on expanding lungs and how the air fills the cracks between my ribs. Anything I can do to make the nausea subside. "I'm fine." "Are you sure?" He brushes my hair off my shoulder, his lips fluttering behind my ear. Goosebumps travel across my skin, and a shiver of comfort weaves through my bloodstream. But I'm still lightheaded. I'm just feeling a little queasy. It must be the eggs. David steps from behind me and takes the spatula from my hand. "I can finish up with breakfast if you want to rest." I gaze up at him, fondly, adoringly. I love him so much. Sometimes it takes my breath away. My mind is always capturing glimpses of him, storing it to memory forever. There is so much of Anya in him, in the shape of her face and the color of her eyes. "Are you sure?" I ask. "Of course, baby." He smiles, genuine, lovingly. Some days I wake up and don't know what I did to deserve him, but I made the right choice in quitting my job and choosing him over everything else. It was a chance I had to take, and it's paying off in the best way. Thank you. I give his forearm a squeeze, the muscles cording under his skin. I give his mouth a kiss and walk into the living room, stroking Anya's cheek as she sits down to play with blocks. I wrap my finger around one of her ringlets. I'm in love with her spiral curls. Another wave of nausea rolls through my stomach, almost making me double over, but I hide it. I slip off to the bathroom and glance at my reflection in the mirror. The last time I felt lightheaded and nauseated like this was when I was newly pregnant with Anya. I look at the calendar on my smartwatch, scrolling to the date of my last period. It's been 5 weeks. My mouth drops. I'm shocked I didn't realize this until now, but I've been so busy with Anya and helping David with the business. My missed period slipped through the cracks. I nibble on my bottom lip and root through the bottom drawer of my bathroom vanity, relieved when I spot a leftover pregnancy test. I pluck it out, unwrap it, and with a hammering heart, I take it. It turns to 2 double lines almost instantly. I cover my mouth with my hand and murmur, "Oh my God." I stand there in the bathroom shaking for a few seconds, adrenaline pumping through my veins. A minute later, there's a knock on the bathroom door, followed by David's worried voice. "Hazel? Everything okay in there?" "I don't mean to bother you, just checking on you because you looked a little pale in the kitchen, and you've been in here a while." I blink, the room coming back into focus, the sunlight casting a canary glow across the walls and white tile floors. I twist the knob. The door creaks when it opens, the only sound between us. I glance up at David, clutching the pregnancy test like it's a loaded stick of dynamite. I lift my hand and offer the stick to David. "What's this?" He chuckles at first, then his eyes grow wide with understanding once he realizes. His eyes jump from me to the stick and back again. You're pregnant, I exclaim when he trails off. This is new? He points to the test. I nod, tears of surprise and happiness overwhelming me in a flood of emotions. Yes, I just took it. I realized my period was late. I had a leftover test. I've been feeling queasy. It all added up, so I decided to take this and, well, we're going to have another baby. David scoops me in his arms and spins me around just as he did with Anya a few minutes ago. She toddles down the hallway, lifting her arms as she notices what he's doing to her mommy. Her little cheeks are rosy, her gray-blue eyes alight. She lifts her arms, and her hands make dimpled fists. Daddy, me next. She is so verbal already, speaking in full sentences at just 2 years old. David proudly declares her as his little genius, anytime we are out anywhere with people we know. He's also teaching her Russian, because he wants her to be fluent in his native language. She's catching onto words and phrases, and it's amazing to watch her learn and grow. Daddy is happy, David exclaims in Russian, throwing his arms up in the air after he sets me back down. Do you want to know why? Why, Daddy? Anya shouts too, responding in Russian, feeding off his excited energy. Mommy's gonna have a baby. She has a baby in her tummy right now. He rubs my stomach for emphasis. A baby? Anya squeals, although I get the sense that she doesn't fully understand what that means. Although she does have baby dolls that she plays with, pushes in a stroller, feeds a bottle to, and puts in a play crib to sleep. She is so nurturing. I know she'll be great with a sibling. You're going to be a big sister, David says, lifting her into his big arms. Big sister, Anya chimes, clapping her hands. David wraps one broad arm around me, and I allow myself to be swallowed by my elated emotions and by a sculpted tree trunk of a torso. We weren't planning this, but now that it's happening, it feels right, like it was meant to be all along. I'm fully crying now, feeling blessed beyond measure for the life I chose and the life I'm building with my little growing family. I gaze into my daughter's eyes, then my husband's, and I know I'm safe, right where I'm supposed to be. This is home. This is freedom. David is expanding his business and has fully gotten out of the gun trafficking he never wanted in the first place. He's been cleared of all charges and retained insurance money for the fires at the warehouses. He lives with loyalty and stands by his late father's honor. I couldn't have picked a better man to fall in love with, and I'm grateful every day that I get to wake up next to him, calling him mine.